132 homers this season.
Let's hear from the manager, Lou Piniella, on the lack of home run power.
Home runs are probably down all over baseball. I don't think they're only down with our baseball team. It is somewhat surprising, though, that 16 home runs leads our team at this time. I'm interested in winning baseball games, not many home runs we hit. But at the same time, you brought up the question of the home run ball, and yeah, we thought we'd have more at this time.
And as he said, the Cubs are winning for the most part, and that's really all you care about. And offense will be hard to come by tonight against Aaron Harang.
Boy, this guy is one of the best pitchers in the National League. In 11 starts against the Cubs, he's only walked 16 batters in his career. He's going to be around the plate. He's going to go strikes, coming off a 10-inning outing against the Brewers when he punched out 10, didn't walk a batter.
Over 120 pitches in that outing. It'll be Sean Marshall on the hill tonight for the Cubs. He's winless over his last 4 starts, but the Cubs aren't scoring for him.
Well, unfortunately, they're not scoring for him. Sean Marshall has pitched extremely well over his last few outings. Hopefully, he'll be able to continue that, and the offense will find a way to break through against Aaron Harang.
It's been a struggle for the Cubs against the Reds this year. They're just 2-5 against Cincinnati, and that includes 1-3 here at Great American Ballpark. But again, a lot of Cub fans in attendance, and we're getting set for baseball tonight. It's game 2 of this 3-game series. The Cubs and the Reds coming up next.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites, presented by Nuveen Investments, has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Batter's Eye Lounge, located in the center field Bud Light bleachers, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Hot, sticky weather is here. You can try to cool yourself this way or go to the experts at QC Auto Service Centers. They'll keep you cool, calm, and happy all summer long. The highly trained and certified technicians at QC Auto Service Centers will check it out and fix it right the first time.
Hotter than a collar? Don't sweat it. Come see us.
The place to go for air conditioning service. QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
DC, Daytona. With 2 great friends, 3 great bikes.
Awesome.
I started on the C90. Can't wait to get it out on the open road.
S83.
Fantastic.
The M109R is as bad as you want it to be. Power's incredible. This bike brings cruising to a whole new level.
Hi, I'm John Brenny. Come check out all the new Suzukis at Brenny Cycle Works in East Moline.
Hello, everyone. Gail Fisher here in our downtown Chicago studios. We'll get you back to Cincinnati shortly, but first, this sports update. The Cubs have yet to play, of course, but they are already closer to the Central Division lead thanks to the Cardinals. Brewers in St. Louis will pick it up in the bottom of the 9th. Cards trailing 6-4, 1 on for Albert Pujols. And he comes through back up the box. Chris Duncan will score to make it a 1-run game. 2 batters later, Scott Rowland drives one into the left field corner, and this ball keeps on rolling. Juan Encarnacion motors around. He will score to tie the game at 6. So the Brew Crew blowing it in the 9th. Next batter, Ryan Ludwig singles to left. Scott Rowland will come around. The throw to home, not in time. Rowland is safe. Cards score 3 in the 9th inning to win it 7-6. The Cubs are now 2.5 games behind the Brewers in the Central. The news is getting better and better for Kerry Wood. Wood reported to Cincinnati today after throwing on back-to-back days with single-A Peoria. The Tribune's Paul Sullivan is reporting that Wood will throw a side session tomorrow and could be sent to AAA Iowa for a rehab assignment. Here's Lou Piniella before the game talking about getting Wood back.
I'm going to talk to our trainer here about Kerry. You know, earlier in the year, or even earlier, just we were able to get some nice work out of our younger pitchers in the bullpen. I'm talking about Petrick and Cherry or whoever was here. And lately, that area there is starting to leak a little bit. So it's good to see Carey throwing the ball well. It really is.
And just a reminder, immediately following the game, keep it right here for Cubs Post-Game Live. Dan Plesac joins me to break down all the action. Plus, we'll look ahead to tomorrow's series finale. That's on Cubs Post-Game Live right after the game on Comcast Sportsnet. And that's all for now. After this break, it's the Cubs and Reds from Cincinnati right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
Honey, I think this might be our lucky day.
I think it might be.
I think this is what we've been waiting for.
I think it is. Yes! It turned blue!
Introducing the Coors Light Cold Activated Bottle. The mountains turn from white to blue when your beer reaches the perfect temperature.
It's blue like your eyes.
My eyes are green.
Only from Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Stop, Hub! Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the third baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets.
Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out.
Peanuts. Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate. Let's go for it.
StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience.
StubHub!
You are cordially invited to the event from Lexus. The summer sales event where you'll find unexpected values on the Lexus you've always wanted. But like summer, it won't last forever. The event, now through September 4th. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
What it wants. Always ask for Pennzoil. Get a 5-quart jug of Pennzoil high mileage vehicle motor oil at Walmart for only $12.22.
Who's counting on your brakes today?
We'll be home soon.
Your brakes are too important to trust to just anyone. So come to Midas, where lifetime guaranteed brake pads or shoes are just $89.95 per axle installed. For brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Be safe.
Trust the Midas touch.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs. Your local area Lexus dealer who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Rico, how well do you print, copy, scan, fax? How well do you share? Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, shining through. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and The Pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit Southwest.com.
It's a sellout crowd tonight. It's 70s night here in Cincinnati. And, hey, it's Greg Brady. He's all grown up. Barry Williams, and we'll see Barry at Wrigley Field coming up Tuesday night for 70s night on the north side of Chicago.
Well, this is kind of a rehab outing for Barry Williams, getting ready for his big start at Wrigley on Tuesday.
Well, the weather has changed for the better here in Cincinnati. A long night. We had an hour-and-a-half rain delay before the first pitch, but beautiful game conditions tonight. A very refreshing forecast. So Aaron Harang gets set to work. And let's check in on the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Alfonso Soriano 0 for 5 last night, but lined out hard in his final at bat. Ryan Theriot at short, Derek Lee at first, Floyd DeRosa Fontenot in the middle, Jock Jones playing center, Jason Kendall with his 3rd consecutive start, and Sean Marshall 0 for 17 on the year.
Take a look at the Reds defensively. Adam Dunn once again in left field. Ryan Friel in center. Great play that he made to throw out Jock Jones at the plate last night. Norris Hopper over in right field. Encarnacion, Keppinger, Phillips, and Conine across the infield for the Reds. David Ross once again behind the plate. He made a nice play at the plate, hanging on to that ball when Jock Jones ran into him. And David Ross will be doing the catching for right-hander Aaron Harang. Outstanding 10-2 mark. He's had 3 blown saves by his bullpen and 4 other starts where he should have and could have won ball games. We talked about it last night. This guy might be the best pitcher nobody knows.
Country Joe West in his 30th year working the plate. Rapuano, Hickox, and Buckner around the bases. And we're set. Harang against Soriano. Strike one and we're underway. A big right-hander coming back. 1 ball, 1 strike. Milwaukee could not hold a 6-0 lead in game 1 of a day-night doubleheader. The Cardinals came all the way back, scored 3 in the 9th off Francisco Cordero. So that helped out the Cubs, who sit 2.5 out in the National League Central, and they'll have another game tonight. A 1-2 pitch, and that one lined to left. Adam Dunn coming over, and he made the catch. A running catch by Adam Dunn. He had to reach down almost near his ankles and stole away a base hit from Alfonso Soriano.
That's definitely extra bases if Dunn doesn't get to this ball. Good breaking ball off the plate away. Somehow Soriano gets the bat on it, hooks it toward that corner, but Adam Dunn with a surprisingly nice running catch out there in left field.
Now, he is not known for his defense, but that was a terrific play to start it. Here's Ryan Theriot. Breaking ball strike on the Cubs shortstop. 2 for 3 in the opener with a walk, an RBI double, and he scored a run. The Cubs last night had 4 hits in the first 8 innings. They had 5 hits in the 9th when they tied it. And they almost took the lead, but Ryan Friel nailed Jock Jones at the plate to preserve the tie, and then the Reds would get a run in the bottom of the 9th against Bob Howry to win it. So the Cubs have dropped 2 in a row. They have not lost 3 straight since a 6-game skid in late May and early June. So it's been a while. And the Cubs would just as soon pick up their 3rd win on this trip tonight. Guarantee at least a 500 trip as Theriot draws the walk.
Coming into action tonight, Aaron Harang in over 150 innings pitched had only walked 39 batters. That's a rarity. The walk to Ryan Theriot. And as you've seen already from Harang, he throws a sinking fastball in the mid to upper 80s. He'll throw a 4-seam fastball around 90 miles an hour. Has a real good downer slider. He'll mix in an occasional curve, an occasional changeup, but basically a 2-pitch guy, and he is going to attack that strike zone. Talking to Reds backup catcher Chad Moeller, I asked him, well, what is it about Harang that makes him so good? He said he throws the invisible. You think about Chris Young for the San Diego Padres, Aaron Harang, another guy that seems to throw that 4-seam fastball right in the middle of the plate at around 90 miles an hour and gets a lot of swings and misses. It's hard to explain how it happens. It has to be a certain amount of deception on the part of Aaron Harang out there on the mound. The hitters just don't pick the ball up well.
He'll throw to first. Theriot back at plenty of time.
And also Harang takes full advantage of his 6'7" frame. Pitching coaches talk about a guy getting the ball going downhill. He's standing out there on that mound, 6'7", gets up on top. It's that ball going downhill. Very tough for the hitters to square it up.
I was talking with one of the Cubs hitters before the game, and he's a comfortable ofer. You often hear that phrase.
Our buddy over in the radio booth, Ron Sander, used to call it the comfortable collar.
2-1 on Lee. You saw the numbers earlier. Derek 10 for 28 with 2 home runs against Harang. Slide step in the pitch. There's a high deep drive by Derek Lee. Deep left center. And it's gone. A 2-run shot. So his 3rd career blast against Harang. Number 10 this year and the 2nd on the trip. Well, there's the home run ball the Cubs have been missing.
We should have done an open about the lack of home runs a long time ago if that's all it takes. Well, not only a home run for Derek Lee, but he pulled that ball into left center field. His most recent home run in St. Louis came to the opposite field. This when he jumped all over a middle of the plate fastball from Aaron Harang. Very little doubt about that one. This is a home run hitter's paradise.
So he finally found double digits, number 10. And he brings up Cliff Floyd, who is not in the original lineup. And I think talked his way in. Matt Merton was going to get the start in right. As Floyd was going to get a day. Ramos Ramirez getting the night off. But Cliff is in there tonight, and we'll probably see Merton tomorrow. He turns on one high in the air down the right field line. Norris Hopper will give it a look, but it's out of play.
Well, Cliff Floyd's not in the lineup tonight based on his numbers against Aaron Harang. Only 1 for 8 lifetime, but I'm sure Lou likes having a potential power left-handed bat in the middle of that lineup tonight with the Ramos Ramirez out of there.
And done with a beat on it. As the sunglasses on, 2 outs. And I have to believe Mark DeRosa is just slightly disappointed. I mean, he's in the lineup. He is playing third base, but he was hitting cleanup before Cliff got in there. And it would have been Mark's first career start in a cleanup spot. And it wasn't meant to be. He wanted the lineup card and everything from his manager, but once Cliff was put in the lineup, DeRosa was demoted to the 5th spot. Two strikes.
You look at the splits for Aaron Harang. Yeah, really not much difference. Left-handed batters hitting .243 against him. Right-handed batters hitting .241. So 6 of one, a half a dozen of the other. He's not an overpowering pitcher against right-handed hitting. He's pretty good against everybody.
Lee's home run estimated at 403 feet. So actually farther than Edwin Encarnacion's blast down the left field line last night. DeRosa in the air to center. Ryan Friel at first didn't know where it was. Now able to locate it. And that's the 3rd out. But Derek Lee follows up the Terrio walk with his 10th home run of the year, number 2 on the road, and the Cubs lead 2-0.
Now, see, when people think of Geico, right, they think of car insurance. And, of course, saving money. But sometimes that can lead even the savviest driver astray. Take, for example, the motorcycle owner. He calls Geico wanted to save money on his car insurance, only to realise that he doesn't actually own a car. Well, needless to say, he's quite embarrassed, isn't he? Doesn't matter. Geico insures motorcycles and ATVs as well. That way, no one ends up looking foolish.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Viking conquerors, Indian warriors in the most brutal battle in history. Pathfinder, unrated, Tuesday.
We know you like style. We know you like performance. We thought you'd like fuel economy as well. With the Pontiac G6, you get the same highway fuel economy as Camry, with even more power. The new Pontiac, designed for action.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell-Down, get into a 2007 G6 sedan starting at $16,895. Hurry, inventory limited. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Hey, Cubs fans, tune into Comcast Sportsnet all year to watch your team and the LoJack caught stealing play. Then visit Cubs.com/LoJack to enter to win a 2008 spring training trip. LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police.
Welcome back to the Queen City. The Cubs getting 2 on the home run by Derek Lee, and Sean Marshall will face this Cincinnati Reds Southwest starting lineup. They have won 4, 5, and 8 of 12. Ryan Friel with a huge night all around last night. Norris Hopper in right for Griffey. Conine with 3 hits in the opener. Phillips, Dunn, Keppinger at short. Edwin Encarnacion had the walk-off hit. Ross and Harang make up their battery.
Take a look at the Cubs defensively, brought to you by Rico. Move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. Soriano, Jones, and Floyd across the outfield. Mark DeRosa getting the start at third base tonight. Terrio and Fontenot up the middle of the field. Derek Lee already with a 2-run homer in the game will play first base. Jason Kendall once again behind home plate for left-hander Sean Marshall.
Getting his 12th start of the year. And ball 1 on Ryan Friel. And a strike to make it 1-1. First time Marshall has ever faced the Cincinnati Reds.
Well, with Norris Hopper in the lineup tonight, playing right field and batting second behind Ryan Friel, I fully expect these top 2 guys in the Reds order to try to bunt on Sean Marshall tonight. They both like to push the ball to the right side. Sean has had some defensive issues. Not that he's made a lot of errors, only 1 error on the season, but he's a little slow getting off that bump to field bunts.
By the way, left-hander Michael Gosling is up in the Reds bullpen. Makes you think that something is wrong with Aaron Harang.
Well, certainly his velocity was well down from what we're used to seeing from Aaron Harang. I think he topped out at 88 in that first inning. A lot of his fastballs were in the low 80s, 82, 83, 84 miles an hour. The 2-2. Friel lifts into center. And it's Jock Jones out there drifting towards right center. 1 out. I'll tell you, Len, even on a night like this, when the flags are barely moving out there just to the left of straightaway center field, the prevailing wind blows out to right field. I talked to David Weathers, the closer for the Reds, and he said he's come out here many times early in the afternoon in the slot just to the left of home plate. There's an opening over there where there's a luxury section. The wind blows through there constantly, even when the flags don't move here at Great American Ballpark. So even though it may not appear there's a lot of activity as far as the wind blowing the ball around on the field, it usually blows out to right because of that opening in the stadium.
Check swing by Hopper.
It's funny what those relief pitchers will do early in the afternoon. They've got a lot of time to kill. They're waiting for their opportunity to go up there and take their cuts in batting practice. And it's not unusual for them to walk around the stadium. That's that area I'm talking about right there. The wind seems to come from downtown Cincinnati through that opening and out to right field.
The pitchers definitely seem to be more in tune with the wind patterns than hitters. A 2-1 to Hopper, and he tried to bunt his way on, and I think just got a piece of it, fouled it, and it's 2-2. Ken Griffey Jr. on the bench tonight against the left-hander Marshall. He went 0 for 2 with 3 walks in the opener. Hopper with that open stance. Still 2-2.
You can be sure Ken Griffey Jr. will be in the lineup tomorrow against Big Z Carlos Zambrano. He's 9 for 21 lifetime with a couple of home runs. That's a .429 career batting average against Carlos.
Floyd on the move, has it, 2 outs. comes Jeff Conine, who had 3 hits, including a double last night.
Conine, as you mentioned, Sean Marshall's first start against the Reds. Jeff Conine is the only batter on the Reds roster that has a previous history with Sean Marshall. He's 1 for 2. Obviously, none of the other Reds hitters have seen Sean Marshall.
'87 on the fastball for a strike on the veteran Conine. And as you said, I'm sure Griffey will be back in there tomorrow, as Scott Hatteberg likely as well at first base as he platoons with Conine. That game coming up in St. Louis. Game 2 of the day-night doubleheader. Left-hander Chris Capuano for Milwaukee, and right-hander Anthony Reyes back from the minor leagues looking for his first win. He has 10 losses. Fouled back. Well, the Cubs will try to reverse an early trend on this Saturday, July 28th, 2007. All the finals to this point, 5 of them, the home team winning every game. Mets over the Nationals, Cardinals beating the Brewers, Houston dumped San Diego, Arizona in 10 innings. They did it again over Atlanta. Another lasted bad win for the Diamondbacks. Mariners over Oakland and Seattle in the American League. Just missed 3-2. Payoff pitch is hit to center. Jock Jones with a little slip out there, but recovered, no problem, makes a catch, and the Reds go down in order. The Cubs lead after 1, 2-0.
I'm on the 415. Let's see what kind of plane you'll be on today.
Step over there and spin that wheel. Come on.
Come on, big plane.
Woo, big plane, big plane, big plane. Big plane, big plane. No. Small plane.
On Southwest Airlines, you'll never fly in a small plane. We guarantee every seat on every flight is on a big, comfortable Boeing 737.
You are now free to move about the country.
I am your idea, and I'm huge. Tab me, bind me, stack me, send me round. I'm your big idea. You can't stop this. I'm your biggest idea. And Rico moves me, shows me, sends me. Leaves me behind, but never in a bind. It's the big time. I'm your big idea. And Rico's how we go and go and go.
A shift has been made. Now power isn't sacrificed to achieve fuel efficiency. And cars that perform great on the road also perform great at the pump. Introducing the 36 mile per gallon Nissan Versa, 36 mile per gallon Sentra, 35 mile per gallon Altima. 3 powerful Nissan sedans with 35 miles per gallon or higher. Lease the 2007 Nissan Altima for $229 per month. Now, when you think power and fuel efficiency, think Nissan.
Monday, the Cubs are back on the north side, and Alfonso Soriano and company are primed to take down Ryan Howard and the Phillies in HD, followed by Cubs post-game live. Cubs Phillies, Monday at 6 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Recognize your loved ones on the sidewalks beneath the historic Wrigley Field marquee. Join thousands of others in the commemorative paver program and make your mark on the grounds of Wrigley Field. All orders come with a replica brick for your home or office. Space is limited, so order today. For complete details, visit Cubs.com or call 1-800-851-6846. Well, Aaron Harang is out, lower back soreness. So he went just 1 inning tonight. We talked about the Reds' bullpen problems, and Pete Buchanan has to go into the bullpen in the 2nd inning. Left-hander Michael Gosling is on.
See Gosling's numbers on the season. Fastball, curveball, changeup pitcher. He's had trouble throwing strikes in the past. You can see 13 walks in 14 1/3 innings pitched this year. Right-handers have pounded on the lefty.
The Reds have the worst bullpen earned run average in the National League. 5.05. But on this homestand, they're 3-0 with a 3.38. So let's see if the Cubs can take advantage of their ace being knocked out due to injury after 1 inning.
Well, we talked about it in the open. A huge break with Harang coming out of the ball game with back soreness. We hoped that the Cubs would be able to knock him out of the ball game, and in effect Derek Lee did that with that 2-run homer in the first inning. And now we're into that soft underbelly, that middle relief for the Reds.
Strike on Fontenot.
I like that term, soft underbelly.
Soft underbelly, yeah. Of course, we both have six-pack abs, so that would not describe either one of us. Dribble toward third base. It's still fair. Now it's foul.
Local knowledge there, just like the guy that plays the same golf course every day of the week. He knows exactly where to hit the ball, and Edwin Encarnacion knew that if that ball trickled off the grass, there's very little room between the grass and the foul line here. A lot of ballparks, there'll be a lot of dirt in fair territory, but Encarnacion very calmly just walked along with that ball until it rolled into foul territory.
Speaking of soft underbellies, David Ross was quoted in the local paper today talking about that collision with Jock Jones. He said, I have bigger love handles, which gave me some cushion on that collision at the plate. It was a bang play, and unfortunately it didn't go the Cubs' way as Ross held on.
You know, Len, in hindsight, I think there were some things perhaps Jock Jones could have done to get to the plate a little bit quicker, but that doesn't take anything away from the remarkable defensive play by Ryan Friel in center field, picking up a wet ball barehanded, made a strike throw to home plate, and his catcher David Ross just didn't budge. Stood right in the baseline. Yeah, Fontenot will chop this ball back up the middle of the field, a three-hopper that gets through the infield. Here comes Ryan Friel like a freight train with a bare hand play. David Ross holds his ground. Jock Jones tries to bowl him over and jar that ball loose, but the Reds' big catcher was able to hold on.
Meanwhile, Fontenot took a called third strike, so here is Jock Jones. And ball one on Jones. Well, you set your lineup against a right-hander, and all of a sudden you're facing a lefty in the second inning. Although the Cubs again are not going to complain with Aaron Harang out of the game. Harang came in at 10-2, and the Reds had won his last 9 starts. And this is a team that's 14 games under 500. That's how good he has been. Now 2-1. There had been speculation that Michael Gosling was possibly in line to start tomorrow for Matt Belisle. Belisle is still on their list, and Gosling's pitching tonight. I'm not that smart, but I'm going to guess that Gosling won't start tomorrow. Now 3-2 on Jones. Kendall on deck. Carlos Zambrano tomorrow against Matt Belisle, who has really scuffled lately. And before the game, Lou Piniella said Coy Hill will get the start back of the plate. He's worked well with Big Z. Low and outside. That's a 1-out walk. And here's Kendall, who tied the game with an RBI single in the 9th inning last night. That's the other thing Lou talked about. He said alternating days with the catchers is a good idea in theory, but he then added if somebody gets hot, he's going to ride the hot hand, and that's what he's doing right now.
Jason has started to put together some better at bats. You mentioned that RBI base hit in the ball game last night. He hit the ball hard to center field, his third at bat. He got hit by a pitch in his first at bat. Yeah, seems to be getting the barrel of the bat on the ball a little more consistently than he did in his first week or so as a member of the Cubs. This was that RBI base hit in the ball game last night. A fastball up over the plate. Furious comeback that was for the Cubs in the ninth inning. It all happened so quickly. First three batters reached base. I think a total of 4 pitches were thrown by David Weathers, and there were 3 base hits, a run in, and 2 runners on base.
And the hit by pitch, number 214 of his career. That'll be a base hit into left. So Kendall continues to heat up. 2 on for the pitcher, Sean Marshall.
A swing by Jason Kendall, and 6'7" Adam Dunn out there in left field having some problems with the sun. You can clearly see the bleachers in left field. The people are all looking back toward the sunset, right into the sun, and you need a shorter left fielder at this time of day out there. Somebody that's underneath that glare.
Well, I know at one time, and I think last year, they would start these games on Saturday around 6 o'clock, and the sun was really a problem an hour earlier. But you know what? I don't think that is an option anymore because of the national television window, which is, I believe, between 4 and 7 Eastern time, between 3 and 6 Central time. It's all about television. 2-0 on Marshall. All of a sudden, Gosselin can't throw a strike. I would have thought you'd have to bring sunglasses to a night game. Pulled it back again, 3-0. Well, remember when Jason Marquis couldn't throw a strike to Braden Looper and the Cardinals busted open a huge inning, and maybe the Cubs can do that against Michael Gosselin here tonight. Soriano on deck. Marshall's just going to show bunt and take a strike. 3-1. You take another one here.
I think you do just what he's been doing. Square around, look for a good pitch to bunt. Something down in the zone that you can be sure to bunt safely to third base. If it's a good pitch, go ahead and put it in play. If not, take it. Sean Marshall's had a good at bat up to this point. Not easy for a pitcher to lay off those borderline pitches.
There's the bunt. Gosselin will fire to Phillips covering first, and there's the sacrifice. Second and third with 2 outs. So nicely done by Sean Marshall.
A very calm at bat. When a pitcher's up there to the plate in an obvious sacrifice bunt situation, a lot of times that heart rate can speed up a little bit. You get a little jumpy. But just like a hitter taking it at bat, you want to make sure to get a pitch that you can do what you want to do. And that time Sean got a fastball down, out over the plate, an easy pitch to bunt to the third base side.
Yeah, good to see Kerry Wood in the dugout after pitching in back-to-back days with Peoria. I haven't heard what's next for Kerry, but he's smiling, so hopefully he feels good today. Hit foul to the right by Soriano. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, it'd be nice to see Fonzie get hot again. Right now, 3 for 19 on the trip, and just 8 for his last 51. Although he has hit the ball hard the last couple of times in his final at bat last night, and he lined out to start the ball game tonight. Well, there you go. Deep left field and a 3-run homer. So he's starting to heat up. Number 17, that's a 3-run blast. And it's 5-0.
I mentioned Sorano, 3 for his last 19 before that 3-run homer, and all 3 of those hits came in the same ball game. So it's been a little bit of a dry spell for Alfonso Sorano. Hopefully that will jumpstart him. Oh, looked like a changeup out over the plate and down. He just gets extension, gets the barrel of the bat on the ball. And did I mention this is a home run haven? That ball way back in the second deck.
And that stuff we said in the open about the lack of home runs. Never mind. 2 of them tonight. Two-run shot by Lee in the first. Soriano with a 3-run home run in the second. Up into the second deck. And there was no doubt. Cubs came in 13th in the league in home runs as Terrio draws the walk. And Dick Pohl, the Reds' first-year pitching coach, former Cubs pitching coach and bench coach, is going to come out. Again, Aaron Harang had to exit after 1 inning due to lower back soreness. So it's now Michael Gosling. And the Reds have had all kinds of problems in their bullpen.
It's been a consistent problem for Gosling throughout his major league career. He's had a lot of arm problems, but just the ability to consistently throw good strikes. He was a member of the Diamondbacks back in '04, made 6 starts, some of those while I was still there. But even going back to his days in the minor leagues with the Diamondbacks, he was a guy that would show flashes of brilliance and then lose the zone completely.
The long balls are getting longer. The Soriano home run, 422 feet.
If I'm Edwin Encarnacion, I asked for a remeasurement. We talked about that ball he hit last night. It went over the foul pole in left field. That's all right.
And they have Terrio picked off. The throw by Conine, the tag by Phillips, and Ryan is out. That ends the inning, so Lee will lead off the 3rd inning. Alfonso Soriano with number 17 on the year. He killed it. 5-0.
I'm Ryan Sandberg, asking you to help cheer up kids in hospitals.
When children suffer from serious medical conditions, Rhino Kid Care, supported by Ryan Sandberg and National City, helps them and their families cope. Join the cause.
We love baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and Chevrolet. Stolen bases, go cheese pizza, bottled water, and Chevrolet. They go together in the good old USA. Baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and Chevrolet.
Get a 2007 Chevy Cobalt LS sedan starting at $13,640 after cash back. That's an 07 Cobalt sedan LS starting at $13,640 after cash back.
With every step, it gets better. Miller Genuine Draft. Cold filtered 4 times for smoother flavor.
Who's counting on your brakes today?
We'll be home soon.
Your brakes are too important to trust to just anyone. So come to Midas, where lifetime guaranteed brake pads or shoes are just $89.95 per axle installed. For brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Be safe.
Trust the Midas touch.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work. And by Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world.
This Wednesday, the Cubs take on the Phillies at 7:05. The first 20,000 fans receive a scratch and win card. 500 random winners will receive a Rawlings official baseball autographed by Aramis Ramirez. Compliments of Kimberly Clark. Fans are encouraged to hold on to their cards for second chance drawings throughout the game. For complete rules, visit Cubs.com. Sean Marshall getting that elusive run support finally. Even the young Cub fans making the trip here to Cincinnati. And there are a lot of them out in left field. And a big standing ovation for Alfonso Soriano as he went out to take his defensive position here in the second inning after his big 3-run homer. I didn't even get to this note because Harang got knocked out with the back injury, but he and Sean Marshall are both 6'7". But Harang with the weight advantage by some 70 pounds. Sean Marshall 205 pounds. Aaron Harang 275.
That's a good thing it's not a wrestling match.
Sean's last win was on June 24th at the White Sox. And prior to tonight, hadn't received more than 2 runs in support over his last 5 outings, including none his last start. But they've given him 5 early tonight. 2-2 pitch. Sliced foul out of play. One fisted foul. You know, as much as that game last night hurt, the Cubs were able to come back and tie it, and the Cub fans were up. Base hit into center, looked like they were going to take the lead. Then Jock was out at the plate. The Reds win at the bottom of the ninth. You feel like you had a win that you were going to steal from the Reds taken away from you as DeRosa throws over to first. But you know so well that it's a 6-month season. It's one of 162. And look what happened to Milwaukee today. The Brewers had a 6-0 lead in the 3rd inning. Well, they probably figured, well, feeling good. We can maybe sweep this day-night doubleheader. Well, all of a sudden, Cardinals come back. They eventually scored 3 in the 9th to win it. And if you're the Cubs, you look up and you go, wow, how did that happen? It happens to everybody.
Yeah, it sure does. And you take your breaks where you can get them. I mean, Cordero had been lights out closing ball games for the Brewers in the first half of the season. He stumbled a little bit here in the second half. And like I said, you take your breaks where you can get them. Lou said the entire season up to this point has kind of been jockeying for position. And now the races really start. Boy, in that short memory, that is the best asset a ball club can have at any time of season, but especially when you get into the dog days of summer, because you're going to have some tough games. Occasionally your starters are going to get knocked out early. Your bullpen's going to give up games late. You're going to have days where your offense just can't seem to get it going. But when you come back the next day, you have an opportunity to start all over from scratch.
And you are going to lose ball games. You're going to lose games that you should win. But one of the signs of a playoff bound, or at least a playoff caliber team, is that you limit the losing streaks. And the Cubs have been able to do that lately. You know, the key is to not make last night turn into a 5-game skid. Then you look back and you go, well, everything seemed to turn for the worst when you know, they couldn't come all the way back and win that game.
You know, and to a certain extent, it even break it down to the individual level. If a hitter has a bad at bat, don't let it turn into a bad game. And if you have a bad game, don't let it turn into a slump. You know, it's going to happen in the game of baseball. The other team has a lot of highly paid professionals that are very good at what they do, and occasionally they're going to be a little better than you. You just have to forget about it and come back the next day. Nice pitch right on the outside corner. Once again, Adam Dunn caught spectating.
So those are up to date after the Cardinals beat Milwaukee. And it's a big game tonight for St. Louis. Cardinals very much on the fringe of the division race, but they have an opportunity with 2 more this weekend against the division leader to get within 6 games if they can win both. Fontenot to his right, and Keppinger out. So are the Reds in the 2nd inning. Back to work goes the offense, up 5-zip.
How much are you willing to pay for happiness? At KiaMatch.com, we can help you find a life partner through our compatibility program. It's so easy. It's got everyone talking.
They matched me with a great deal on the fuel-efficient Kia Spectra, complete with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty program, and we've never been happier.
How lucky is that guy? So log on to KiaMatch.com and start getting happy.
Find your match at KiaMatch.com or visit your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Kia retailers.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
If you need to tow it, Quad City Spring has it. Quad City Spring is the area's suspension, spring, truck accessory, and towing experts. From goosenecks and fifth wheels to every kind of hitch imaginable, including Blue Ox base plates and tow bars, strong as an ox. And Quad City Spring installs and services everything they sell. So tow it right. Get your ride to Quad City Spring. Quad City Spring, 34th Street at River Drive in Moline.
Lucky you. Your local True Value has everything you need to take care of life's little surprises, and you'll get in and out fast. True Value. Help is just around the corner.
Replace it, repair it, restore it, enjoy it at K&K True Value Hardware, 18th and Grant Street in Bettendorf.
Get Chicago sports news nightly on Land Rover Sports Night. Coming up tonight after Cubs post-game live, day 2 of practice at Bears camp. Plus recaps of this one and the Brewers in St. Louis. Join Mitch and Carey for Land Rover Sports Night tonight after Cubs post-game live, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Second at bat for Derek Lee tonight. He hit his 2nd home run on this road trip in the 1st inning off the starter, Aaron Harang. Harang out with a back injury, and now it's left-hander Michael Gosling, who gave up a 3-run shot to Alfonso Soriano in the 2nd. I know the difference between 9 and 10 is only 1. Just putting an extra number on there has to feel good for a power hitter.
Get into double digits. It's like finishing the season at 299 as opposed to 300. It makes such a big difference on the back of your bubblegum card.
And the Cubs are taking walks tonight. It's great to see. That's the 4th one they've been able to take.
And the 3rd off Mike Gosling, and only an inning plus pitched. You knew something was wrong with Aaron Harang when he walked Ryan Theriot, the 2nd hitter he faced in the ballgame. That had to be a shock not only to Harang and Ryan Theriot, but everybody in that first base dugout. He just doesn't walk guys.
Well, a chance here for some of the Cubs left-handed hitters to get a couple of shots at a southpaw. They've been in a long stretch of facing exclusively right-handed starters. That's going to change here coming up. On one bounce, the flip by Phillips. Keppinger turns it to Conine, and a double play.
Hit it right off the end of the bat on a line, a one-hopper. Phillips with that long backhanded flip. A lot of infield instructors don't like to see that. They would much prefer to see that second baseman turn, face up to the bag at second, and run at the shortstop and give him a nice underhanded flip. That time Phillips with a long backhanded flip.
Strike 1 on DeRosa. Tonight, the 10th consecutive game the Cubs have seen a right-handed starter. The last lefty they faced was Barry Zito of the Giants on July 17th. Cubs are 13-4 versus righties this month. Just 1-4 versus lefties. We'll see Matt Belisle tomorrow, but then left-hander Cole Hamels on Monday when the Phillies come in. We'll also see Jamie Moyer in that series. Backhanded play by Keppinger, and a bullet over to Conine. Cubs are done. They get a leadoff walk, no runs. 5-0, middle of the third.
We know you like style. We know you like performance. We thought you'd like fuel economy as well. With the Pontiac G6, you get the same highway fuel economy as Camry, with even more power. The new Pontiac, designed for action.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell-Down, get into a 2007 G6 sedan starting at $16,895. Hurry, inventory limited. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Stop, Hub! Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the third baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets. Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out. Peanuts. Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate. Peanuts. Let's go for it. StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience. StubHub!
President Schwarzenegger, I've narrowed your choices to 5 unthinkable options.
I picked 3.
Try again.
1.
Go higher.
5.
Too high.
3.
You already said 3.
6.
There is no 6.
2.
Double it.
4.
As you wish, sir.
The Simpsons movie, rated PG-13.
Try Arby's new popcorn chicken shakers, made with 100% natural all-white meat chicken. Add as much or as little buffalo or barbecue sauce as you'd like, then just shake it up. So good, they'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
When the Cubs game is over, stay tuned for Cubs postgame live on Comcast Sportsnet. All the interviews and press conferences, in-depth game highlights, and Dan Plesac breaks down all the action. Cubs postgame live after the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
The Cubs host the Phillies next Thursday, August 2nd at 1:20. Kids get to the ballpark early. The first 6,000 children 13 and younger will receive an exclusive Chicago Cubs plush bear from Build-A-Bear Workshop, compliments of Pepsi. A sellout tonight here in Cincinnati, and the Cub fans in attendance are enjoying themselves. 5-0 for the visitors. And Sean Marshall will face the bottom 3 in the Reds order. Edwin Encarnacion, David Ross, and Michael Gosling. Encarnacion with a game-ending hit in the 9th inning last night. Third time this week the Reds have won in their last at bat. He went around. Ed Rapiuano made the call. Encarnacion didn't like it.
Encarnacion with a good night offensively last night for the Reds. Also some spectacular defensive plays down at third base.
Called strike. Reds made a deal today. They acquired infielder Jorge Cantu, outfielder Sean Cumberland, and cash from the Tampa Bay Devil Rays in exchange for a couple of pitchers. Right-hander Calvin Medlock, left-hander Brian Shackelford, and future considerations. Cantu will begin his Reds tenure at AAA Louisville back in 05. He knocked in 117 runs for Tampa Bay. Called strike 3. Strikeout number 2 for Sean Marshall.
Both of the looking variety. Caught Adam Dunn looking at a fastball right down the middle of the plate. That's a little slider. Started on the outside corner. Breaks it right over the heart of the plate. Boy, that's been a really good pitch for Sean Marshall over his last 3 or 4 outings. When he throws that slider or cutter on the inside part of the plate to a righty, it's a little shorter and a little sharper. When he drops it on the outside corner, it's a little bit more of an off-speed pitch.
David Ross with the Reds' first hit. In fact, he's their first base runner. Though we were talking last night about the finger injury, and you said something interesting. A lot of times it hurts more to swing and miss, and that's exactly what he said. I saw an article about it in a local paper today. And I think that led him to be maybe even more patient last night. He took a couple of walks. Maybe every guy should say to himself, if I swing and miss, it's going to hurt. That would probably make everybody a little bit better hitter.
It's going to physically hurt. Mentally it hurts to swing and miss, but if you actually have a flash of white hot pain when you swing and miss, it makes you concentrate and focus just a little bit more. Over the history of the game of baseball, many times I've heard players talk about playing through injuries and how it does make them focus and concentrate a little bit harder because they know they're at risk. They know they have a weakness. They know they have to take a perfect swing in order not to feel the pain.
Right out in front of the plate, Kendall. They get the out there. That's it. Gosling beats the relay throw from Terrio. Fontenot is covering first base. Good play by Kendall. He got out there and got the lead runner.
Coming out of that chute is Jason Kendall. Has his mask off, picks up that ball and fires on to second base. It's about as good as a catcher can do it, coming out of there fielding a bunt right out in front of home plate. Only the speed of the Reds pitcher Michael Gosling keeps this from being a double play. Terrio comes off the back of the bag and jumps over the sliding runner. Tried to use that base to protect himself a little bit, but Gosling just legged it out at first base.
Well, nicely done by Terrio to get out of the way of David Ross, who's a pretty big guy, and he really came flying in at second on a clean slide.
Now you see those middle infielders leave their feet. Ideally, you jump completely over the sliding runner and there's no contact made, but even if there is contact, if your cleats are not planted in the ground, it minimizes the chance of injury out there at second base. When the middle infielders are vulnerable is when those cleats are planted and the sliding runner catches them on that planted leg. Plus it looks really cool. You'll see Terrio comes off the back of the bag. Ross has to slide right over the base to try to get to Terrio, and fortunately gets his feet up in the air off the ground. Ross slides right underneath him.
Friel squared around with DeRosa playing back at third. And now Mark is in a few steps from where he was in the last pitch. In tight, 3-1.
Derek Lee playing behind the Reds pitcher, running over there at first base. I like that idea. I mean, occasionally that pitcher will take off over there from first base. You wouldn't figure the Reds would try it down by 5 runs, but I like the idea of giving that first baseman a little more range with a guy at first base that's not likely to run.
Marshall ready for a 3-2 pitch with a runner going. A bullet foul. Quick call by C.B. Buckner down at third. I want to send out happy birthday wishes to Michael Coker. That's from your son Mike Jr. in Oak Forest, Illinois. Also birthday wishes to Sarah Hilliard, turning 15 today, the daughter of our master control operator Barb Hilliard. Another 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 Ks in the inning, 3 on the night. Cubs 5, Reds nothing after 3.
Recognize your loved ones on the sidewalks beneath the historic Wrigley Field marquee. Through the commemorative paver program, you can join thousands of fans in celebrating the day you became a Cubs fan, declared your loyalty, or preserved your favorite Cubs moment. If you're a Cubs fan, how can you pass up this opportunity to become part of Wrigley Field? Each order includes a replica paver for your home or office and makes a perfect gift. So to purchase, visit Cubs.com or call today. Space is limited, so order now.
So yeah, my Corolla gets a 41 miles per gallon rating. Plus I got it with $500 cash back. You know, for a Toyota. Honestly, I expected to pay a lot more. So I donated the extra money to saving the whales. And pandas. Wow.
Hey!
Hey!
Scott, right?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi. Well, see you at the fundraiser.
Yes, you will.
Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
Behold the wonder of it. Its wide mouth allowing it to flow cold and unrestrained all that is parched. It is awe-inspiring, is it not? You really love this river. River? No. I'm talking about this Coors Light wide mouth can.
The wide mouth can, a wide opening for wide open refreshment, only from Frost Brewed Coors Light.
People will travel great distances to enjoy this. You can get these wide mouth cans anywhere. Talking about the river.
Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Every night, only one show brings you closer to the teams that matter most. Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet. Highlights, breaking news, interviews, and more time to tell in-depth stories. Land Rover Sports Night, tonight only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Time now for our Aflac trivia question. Which future Hall of Famer did rookie minor league skipper Pete Mackanin have on his roster in 1985? We can tell you this. It was in the Cubs chain. The Peoria Chiefs, in fact, and Pete Mackanin played for AAA Iowa in 1984. He did have big league time earlier as an infielder with Texas, Montreal, the Phillies, and the Twins. And this year was a Reds advanced scout before being hired when Jerry Narron was fired in early July.
We used to see Pete Mackanin on a regular basis in the media lunchroom at Wrigley Field and other ballparks around baseball in his capacity as the advanced scout. Well, by the way, the Chiefs finished first that year in the Midwest League, 1985.
That's not a big shocker considering some of the players they had on that team. Yeah, Pete Mackanin's from Chicago, attended Brother Rice High School, and also the University of Illinois Chicago Circle, now UIC, as it's known. One strike on Mike Fontenot. Swing and a miss. 0-2 on Fontenot. He struck out looking against Gosling in the second.
You know, Len, just as far as the X's and O's of the game of baseball, the strategy involved and how you want to attack opposing hitters, an advanced scout job is probably the best preparation you can have to be a manager. As Fontenot grounds to Conine at first base, no problem. I mean, Pete Mackanin has seen every player in the National League this year. Kept extensive reports that he turned in to the Reds organization after every series that he saw, so certainly he should know every opposing player they come up against this year.
Yeah, when he took the manager's job, the advance reports he read were his. He really didn't even have to read them. Now, how far ahead will an advanced scout be? Will it be 1 or 2 series ahead usually?
Yeah, usually it's approximately a week ahead. A series or 2, and as you get down toward the end of the season, especially for those teams looking forward to the playoffs, they may actually pull some of their other scouts out of the field and have 2 or 3 advanced scouts out on the road. You know, the Yankees have been known to send as many as 6 scouts out to advance toward the end of the season in preparation for the playoffs. There's been a real movement in Major League Baseball over the last few years because of the technology, because of the incredible amount of televised games and videotape available. A lot of teams do the majority of their advanced scouting in-house. They have a guy sitting down in the dungeon with a wall of televisions in front of him, and he just goes over every game tape, every pitch, logs everything that happens in the game, much like an advanced scout would do at the ballpark.
One and two on Jones. We're in the fourth. Cubs with their 5-0 lead on a couple of home runs. Lee a 2-run blast and Sorano 3-run homer in the second. Left center, playable, done with a catch.
That's a mismatch right there. Adam Dunn in left field, Ryan Friel in center. Any ball hit between the two of them, Ryan Friel's going to be very careful about running into the big guy in left field.
Are you sure he's going to be careful? Have you ever known him to be careful?
Well,
he better be careful.
He better be careful. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he knows that word.
One strike on Kendall. As I mentioned in the open, the Cubs are just 2-5 versus the Reds this year and 1-3 in this park, including tonight. 11 left versus the Reds. Two on the way, swung on and missed. Strike three. It's a 1-2-3 inning. The first one for Reds pitchers tonight. Cubs 5, Reds zip.
Hey, boss. Do we have Aflac?
Yeah, we have something else.
But if you're hurt and miss work, does it pay cash like Aflac does?
Nah.
Or let you spend it any way you want, like for gas and groceries?
Nah.
Or help with everyday bills like Aflac does?
Nah.
There's only one Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nice try, boss.
Nah.
I'm Ryan Sandberg, asking you to help cheer up kids in hospitals.
When children suffer from serious medical conditions, Rhino Kid Care, supported by Ryan Sandberg and National City, helps them and their families cope. Join the cause.
From the director of Texas Chainsaw Massacre comes the unrated version of the most brutal battle in history. Pathfinder, unrated, Tuesday.
The 2007 Chevy Impala has something Toyota and Honda don't. The GM 100,000-mile warranty. And OnStar, with help at the push of a button. And diagnostic checks emailed to you every month. Impala has you covered for the road ahead. Qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Chevy Impala LT for around $199 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. Qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Impala 1LT for around $199 a month.
And let's revisit our Aflac trivia question. Which future Hall of Famer did rookie minor league skipper Pete Mackanin have on his roster in 1985? The answer is Greg Maddux. The Peoria Chiefs, as Bob mentioned, finished in first in the Southern League. Greg Maddux, a 13-game winner. Rafael Palmeiro was on that team as well. So Pete Mackanin's been wearing a baseball uniform for a long time. And Greg Maddux is still pitching in the big leagues. Here's Norris Hopper to start the last of the fourth. Only one hit allowed by Sean Marshall. That was to David Ross in the third inning. .50 pitches through 3 for Marshall. Hopper pushes it past the pitcher, and that'll be a hit. Once he got it by Marshall, pretty much guaranteed himself a base hit.
That's a big part of Norris Hopper's game, to bunt that ball both directions, but especially to the first base side against a left-handed pitcher. John Marshall doesn't fall off hard to the third base side, but you can see him posing there on his follow-through. He is slow coming off that mound. Mike Fontenot with no chance to get the out at first.
Swing and a miss by Jeff Conine. He lined to center to end the first inning. Happy 47th birthday to Larry Jones. Wanted to see an Alfonso Soriano home run on his birthday, and he got it tonight. A little low on Conine. 2 balls and a strike. Happy 65th to Hall of Fame broadcaster Marty Brenneman on the left. Joe Nuxall on the right. The old left-hander will turn 79 Monday. And working the Reds radio broadcast tonight. And Pat Hughes is still out day to day with some sort of virus, and well, we hope Pat is back tomorrow, but Corey Provis has done a nice job filling in along with Ron Santo. And you can't quite see him, but producer and engineer Matt Bolts, who runs the entire operation. There you see his forehead.
That's the brains of the operation back there in the back, Matt Bolts.
So we hope Pat is feeling better, and we are told he's feeling a little bit better today, but this is the 3rd straight day he's been out.
Well, I did see Pat out of his hotel room briefly today. I had a cup of coffee down at a cafe on the corner and saw Pat go by. I think he was just trying to get some fresh air. Get out of the hotel room for a little while, and really, we wish Pat the best. We want to see him back here quickly.
Conine into left center, and the Reds have 2 on. Hopper will head to third as the ball got away from Jones, and also Conine to second. A single and an error, and the Reds threatening for the first time tonight. Well, the Cubs have now committed an error in 7 consecutive games. That's a season-long error streak.
Jock's 4th of the year. Looked like he took his eye off of it just momentarily to check on Hopper to see if he had a play at third base, and when he did, the ball kicked off the thumb of his glove. Both runners move up a base.
So Marshall faces Brandon Phillips. Hopper at third, Conine at second. He does have a 5-run cushion. Nice diving stop by DeRosa, gets up and throws to first. The run scores. But a nice play by Mark DeRosa. It'll be an RBI ground out for Phillips, his 63rd ribby. And it's now 5-1.
Hopper off on contact down there at third base, and once DeRosa has to leave his feet to make that play, no chance to go home. So Isley just goes across the diamond for the easy out at first base. Conine forced to hold at second. The play right in front of him. The Reds on the board.
Big Adam Dunn. Good play by Kendall to keep Conine at second. You see Ryan Theriot directly behind second base. That leaves a huge hole on the left side. DeRosa can't play too far off of third base because of the runner at second.
Now DeRosa would normally be about another 10 or 12 steps to his left over almost at the straightaway shortstop position, but with Conine running at second base, he has to stay close enough. Should Conine try to run to third base, DeRosa needs to be sure he can get to the bag to cover.
He went too far. 2 strikes. Dunn last night saw his 12-game hitting streak come to an end. 0 for 5 in the series. The next pitch jammed him and he fouled it back.
Good place for that fastball from Sean Marshall. If you're going to try to come in on Adam Dunn with a heater, make sure it's up above the belt. That went right in on the hands. Dunn could only get a piece of it and foul it back.
A kick and another 1-2. And with a slider, it's outside. Dunn's kind of an interesting guy as far as how you work him. He's pitchable. You can strike him out, but he has 27 home runs. And he bounces it foul. And because he strikes out so much, Bob, that I don't think a lot of teams work around him.
And he's a very passive power hitter. I mean, a lot of his strikeouts, and he's got a bunch of them. He struck out back in the 2nd inning. That gives him a total of 124 already on the season. A lot of those have been looking strike threes.
And that's always been the case for Adam Dunn. Chopper behind first. It's a fair ball. Marshall covering. Conine now at third, but there are 2 away. I think it's a very fine line because Adam Dunn does take his share of walks, hits a lot of home runs. And I'm sure there are times when Pete Buchanan would like him to be more aggressive, particularly in those deep counts, and not take called 3rd strikes, but you don't fundamentally want to change who he is as a hitter.
Well, I don't think he even can change at this point in his career. He is what he is. That's the thing. I think a lot of fans think, well, yeah, teach him how to, swing at those borderline pitches with 2 strikes.
Keppinger line. Sorano catches. And the inning is over. The Reds get 1, but a good job by Marshall to limit the damage. It's 5-1.
A shift has been made. Now power isn't sacrificed to achieve fuel efficiency. And cars that perform great on the road also perform great at the pump. Introducing the 36-mile-per-gallon Nissan Versa, 36-mile-per-gallon Sentra, 35-mile-per-gallon Altima. 3 powerful Nissan sedans with 35 miles per gallon or higher. All with 0.7% APR financing. Now, when you think power and fuel efficiency, think Nissan.
Hot, sticky weather is here. You can try to cool yourself this way or go to the experts at QC Auto Service Centers. They'll keep you cool, calm, and happy all summer long. The highly trained and certified technicians at QC Auto Service Centers will check it out and fix it right the first time.
Hot under the collar? Don't sweat it. Come see us.
The place to go for air conditioning service. QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Midas. Visit Midas for brakes, expert auto maintenance, and tires. And by the all-new full-size 2007 Toyota Tundra.
Pledge your allegiance to the Cubs by becoming a founding member of the Cubs Club, the new official online fan club for the Chicago Cubs. Cubs Club members will receive benefits unavailable to other fans, including your very own 2007 membership card, MLB.com's game day audio for the 2007 regular season, and much more. To join today, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. Ken and Bob having fun tonight in Cincinnati. The Cubs leading 5-1. Sean Marshall. Strike 1 from Michael Gosling. who has settled down after giving up the 3-run homer in the second. It was his first inning of work after Harang left due to the back injury. Sean Marshall sends that one deep right center. Norris Hopper on the move. He won't get it. Marshall with his first hit of the year, and it will be a double. His first career double. His second career extra base hit. Just a little bit of a smile there for Sean Marshall toward the dugout.
And it comes against a lefty, a hanging breaking ball. That's what you're supposed to do on those hangers. Sean Marshall bangs it into the gap in right center field. And normally you'd see the leadoff hitter try to move him to third base here with a ground ball to the right side. And if it happens, it'll be an accident. Soriano is not your typical leadoff hitter. He's looking to drive in Sean Marshall rather than just move him up a base.
Well, he goes the other way. Hopper back on it. This one will be over his head. Bangs off the wall. Marshall coming around. He better hurry. Here's a throw to the plate, and he is out. Throw to second. Ball gets away. It just didn't look like Sean Marshall was going very fast. I don't know how hard he was running, but it took him a long time to get to the plate, and the Reds nailed him. 9-4-2 on the putout.
Nice play by Norris. Hopper plays it on a hop off the wall, gets it quickly to Brandon Phillips, who apparently was getting some verbal instructions from his shortstop Keppinger to throw the ball on home. Sean is just jogging. He's assuming that that's going to be an easy run. You can see Mike Quaddy was waving him frantically, but Marshall just kind of in cruise control there from second base. Thought he was going to score easily. Gets gunned down at the plate.
A single for Soriano moved up to second on that throw to the plate. Yeah, it just caught Sean out of the corner of my eye, and he just wasn't moving very fast. And as you can see in that replay, he wasn't going very hard.
And a real key to that play, and you know how I like to harp on communication. Brandon Phillips had his back to the infield. There's no way he would have known where Sean Marshall was on the bases. So either Jeff Conine at first base or Jeff Keppinger at shortstop had to be letting him know. Throw that ball home, home, home. Because Phillips caught that relay throw from Norris Hopper, turned around and fired a strike to David Ross for an easy out at home plate.
Well, you really hope that doesn't come back to haunt the Cubs tonight. Two strikes, Ontario. There is the old adage, you know, you hate to make that first out at home plate, but as Terrio pops it foul, as you mentioned, Mike Quaddy knew that Sean should be able to score pretty easily on that play, and if he had been going hard from the get-go, I don't think there's any question he scores. I mean, if you're at second base and the ball is hit off the right field wall, you should be able to score. Inside.
Well, you could clearly see on the replay, Sean was just out for a jog in the park there from second base around third and on to home. Never really shifted gears whatsoever. I think he just assumed he was going to score easily on that play.
2-2 to Terrio. Liner to right. Hopper will haul it in and get it back in quickly. Soriano was not tagging. He's about 10 or 12 steps off the bat.
I'm sorry, Len. Granted, pitchers aren't the greatest base runners in the world, but right there. I mean, look at this. And then about halfway between third and home, he realized it's going to be a play. I better hurry up, but by then it was way too late. Talk a lot about the little things pitchers do that can keep them in ball games. Getting down a sacrifice bunt when necessary, putting the ball in play offensively when necessary. fielding their position, and running the bases. Got to do all those little things.
Well, that ball popped onto the mitt of David Ross. He got over there quickly to get it, but Sorano was on second base. Now, as a runner, Bob, are you taught to be where should he be when that ball is thrown here?
Well, he should be taking a secondary leadoff for one thing. Once again, Sorano is assuming that Gosling's going to throw the ball right to his catcher, David Ross. And as we just saw in the first pitch, that doesn't always happen.
It's an intentional walk to Derek Lee. Now watch this.
He's standing on the bag out there at second base. By the time he realizes the ball got away from David Ross, it's too late to react. He should have had a normal lead at second base and then an aggressive secondary lead. And as soon as you see David Ross catch the pitch, you bust it back to second base. And there's been some fundamental base running mistakes in the last couple of ball games, and I don't think Lou is very happy about it at all.
This has not been a very good inning for the Cubs on the bases in particular, and we'll see if they can come through, as Cliff Floyd had a good rip at a fastball and he fouls it back.
Former Cubs skipper Don Zimmer, and a guru to a lot of baseball players throughout his managerial and coaching career, said that you can win more games with good base running than any other fundamental. Base running properly, doing it the right way, and hustling will win you more ball games than any other fundamental. Knowing when to take that extra base, knowing when to be perhaps a little overly aggressive, when do you need to be a little more passive. But there are certain fundamentals of base running that you have to do all the time if you're going to be a good ball club.
A 1-1 to Floyd. Left center. Friel gives chase. It'll go all the way to the wall. Soriano will score easily. Derek Lee with a long strides is going to be held up. The ball got away briefly from Keppinger, but Mike Quaddy had already put on the stop sign. So it's 6-1. Floyd with the RBI double.
Floyd takes an inside fastball and shoots it into left center field. That ball was slicing away from Ryan Friel the entire time. I'll tell you, Len, I hope Mike Quaddy's not getting gun shy down in that third base coach's box. I was a little bit surprised he held up Derek Lee, but he's had a couple of guys gunned out at the plate the last couple days through no fault of his own. You'd like to see him remain aggressive and send those guys when he thinks they have a chance to score. And that ball came in there on a tough short hop to the cutoff man. He wasn't able to come up with it, but Derek Lee had already slammed on the brakes at third base.
This Gosling intentional walk to DeRosa will be the second intentional pass of the inning and his 5th of the night. That is walks overall. 3 unintentional walks. Pete McCannon heading out to the mound, bases loaded, and lefty Gosling and Fontenot at the moment. As McCannon's going to take the baseball. It will be John Kudlangas against Mike Fontenot when we come back.
One half-ton pickup has the best warranty of any other, the best fuel economy of any other, not to mention the highest possible front crash test rating. Makes you wonder why you want any other truck. The all-new redesigned GMC Sierra.
It's the GMC Summer Sell Down on a great selection of 07 models. Right now, get 0% APR or $2,000 total cash back when you purchase an all-new 07 Sierra 1500 Extended or Crew Cab. For more information, visit gmcdrive.com.
Love the details, but you've never seen them like this. The full HD 1080p Aquos liquid crystal television from Sharp.
So see you there.
Don't keep me waiting.
as much fun as our bikes.
What took you so long?
You cheated.
Did not.
The 2007 Suzuki Grand Vitara.
Did not.
Did too.
It's going to be a great ride. Get the Grand Vitara for just $209 a month during the Suzuki Summer Sell-Down.
2 down here in the top of the 5th. The Cubs take a 6-1 lead in this ballgame. That guy's lost. He's looking for McCovey Cove. He is way lost.
Well, he found the Ohio River, the mighty Ohio. Southpaw John Kudlangas is on. This is his 54th appearance. Bases full of Cubs. 2-out run as Cliff Floyd doubled home. Alfonso Soriano making up for a couple of base running gaffes by the Cubs here in this inning. Swing and a miss by Fontenot. Strike one. Kudlangas second in the league in appearances. John Roush with 55 for Washington going into play today. It's 6-1 Cubs. And we should add, as far as Soriano on that ball that got away from Ross, there's no guarantee he would have been able to get to third or would have even been able to attempt it. But the bottom line was, as you said, he assumed that that was going to be a clean pitch, and it wasn't. It's a strike, 1 and 2, and then earlier Marshall thrown out at the plate on a deep fly ball to right. Three hits, 2 intentional walks in the inning. The kick and the 1-2 struck him out swinging. Fontenot now 0 for 3 as he leaves them loaded. The Cubs do add 1. It's now 6-1.
With convenient flights every day, Southwest Airlines gives you the freedom to do business out of town and still come home at night.
Winston, I'm home!
Fly one of Southwest's 8 daily nonstops from Chicago Midway to the San Francisco Bay Area for just $99, including new service to San Francisco International starting August 26th.
You are now free to move about the country.
One half-ton pickup has the best warranty of any other, the best fuel economy of any other, not to mention the highest possible front crash test rating. Makes you wonder why you'd want any other truck. The all-new redesigned GMC Sierra.
It's the GMC Summer Sell-Down on a great selection of 07 models. Right now, get 0% APR or $2,000 total cash back when you purchase an all-new 07 Sierra 1500 Extended or Crew Cab. For more information, visit gmcdrive.com.
Time now for a GMC Sports Update.
Hi there, Gail Fisher here in our downtown Chicago studios. The wild card leading Diamondbacks continue to bite the Braves. Today in Arizona, extra innings, bottom of the 10th, tied at 3. Connor Jackson sends a game-winning single to center. Chris Young scores, and the D-backs win it 4-3, their 8th straight victory. The Cubs are now 2.5 games back in the wild card. Now let's go back to Len and Bob.
Gail, thank you very much. It's 6-1. It's kind of interesting. As the Cubs were not hitting home runs, they were doing all the fundamental things correctly during this nice stretch of winning baseball. Tonight, they've hit home runs. They haven't been very good running the bases. But when you get the 2- and 3-run homers, 6-1, you feel good. Although, as you said, I don't think Lou will be thrilled after this game, no matter what the final score is.
I think some of the players who have been directly involved will hear about it from Lou after the ball game. I mean, there's really no excuse for not hustling on the field at all times. And the good news is the Cubs were able to overcome some of those mistakes. I mean, after the base running mistake, Cliff Floyd comes up with a big gapper to left center field. So you just don't want to be put in a position where somebody in the bottom of the order has to come up and do something amazing to push across a run that you should have easily.
That one crunch deep left center off the bat of Encarnacion. Chop Jones with the catch. He's done that a few times on this trip. Nicely done, way out toward the Reds bullpen. Boy, he had to cover a ton of ground out there.
And that is about the deepest part of the ballpark other than straightaway center field where it's 404, and Jock makes a nice running catch right near the Reds bullpen out there. He's had to make a lot of plays into that gap in left center field and deep.
Inside edge strike on Ross. Big swing and a miss. 0-2. Juan Castro on deck. He would hit for Kudlangas. Too high on a fastball. Cardinals leading Milwaukee in the top of the second, 3-1 in St. Louis. Game 2 of a day-nighter. Cardinals came back and won 7-6 this afternoon. Boy, where was that one? Maybe a little high.
You be the umpire. Big breaking ball.
That looked like a strike. That one did not. 3-2.
He saw Jason Kendall ever so slightly shake his head no. He wanted Sean Marshall to shake no, and then he called for a fastball in. But David Ross, being a catcher himself, said, I'm not going to bite on that. I'll just call timeout. We'll start over again.
Jones again, waving his arms as he makes the play. With Soriano in the vicinity, I'm sure Jock was making the verbal call, but we've had some situations here in the past, very recently, when you've had near collisions, saying, I got it, and he just makes that sign with his arms. It's a good idea.
Well, it never hurts. The only problem with the visible sign waving your arms is ideally your left fielder's keeping his eye on the ball as well. So the most important one is that verbal call, loud and long.
Castro bounces it foul. Came on as a pinch hitter last night. In the 9th, laid down a sac bunt, moving Norris Hopper into scoring position. That was followed by the Edwin Encarnacion game-winning hit. The 0-1 pitch. It's outside. 1-1. Castro's not 100%. He has a right elbow injury, and there's some thought about surgery on that elbow. But he's back because Alex Gonzalez is still on the restricted list. His young son is in the hospital. And Pedro Lopez just got hit by a pitch earlier this week and suffered a broken cheekbone, so he's on the DL. He turns on it and home run distance, but it's foul. Marshall's 2-2. He's run it full again. Sean has not walked anybody. He is up over 80 pitches now. Trying to get one more out to qualify for what would be his 5th win. And Castro draws that first walk. Friel 0 for 2. He's flied to center and struck out swinging. I want to follow up on a conversation we had the other night in St. Louis about how a pitcher could come in and pitch an inning without actually throwing a pitch. You could pick off 3 runners, get out of the inning. Our good friend Ed Hardig sent me an email. August 6th, 1982, Dodgers and Braves. The Dodger 5th. Steve Sachs started with a single, then was caught stealing. Ken Landreau walked, then he was caught stealing. Dusty Baker then singled and was caught stealing.
Take a hint.
He actually was safe at second. There was an error by Glenn Hubbard. And eventually Pedro Guerrero would walk and Ron Say would strike out. But 3 caught stealings in 1 inning. I don't know who the catcher was, but we'll have to find out. August 6th, 1982. So we'll find out. Maybe Bruce Benedict. That have been the Bruce Benedict era in Atlanta.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, it was about that time. There may have been
Biff Pocoroba, maybe.
Biff Pocoroba was doing some catching back in the early 80s for the Braves.
Rolled foul past Mark Berry, the third base coach.
Who was it, 82?
82.
Maybe Ozzie Virgil Jr. He was doing some catching for the Braves around that time, I believe.
I'll tell you what, Matt Sinatra was on that roster. Now I'm really intrigued. Cubs' first base coach was an Atlanta Brave, 37 games in 1982, and we're told it was Bruce Eggs Benedict. As Chris Berman once dubbed him. Base hit by Friel.
Bruce Benedict was one of the best knuckleball catchers I ever saw. Doug Mirabelli with the Boston Red Sox making a living catching Tim Wakefield over there in Boston, and Bruce Benedict catching Phil Niekro in Atlanta all those years was really, really good.
We'll have to remember to ask Matt if he was on the roster and remembered that game. You know, Bruce Benedict has been a college basketball referee and has reffed some pretty big games. Two on, 2 down. Norris Hopper 1 for 2 tonight. And looks at ball 1. I think Sean wanted that pitch. Like a little cutter. Pretty near the plate, but didn't get the call from Joe West. The 1-0 offering. Pop foul out of play. Boy, this could be a huge swing night in the division. With Milwaukee losing earlier today, if the Brewers get swept and the Cubs win, the Cubs could pick up a game and a half on the front runners. Starting the day 3 out, they could be a game and a half out when it's all said and done. Still a long way to go. Hopper to left in the air. Soriano barely had to move, and the inning is over. Reds have left 4 on the last 3 innings. It's 6-1 Cubs.
At Dell, we believe your small business needs more than just technology it can rely on. You deserve an entire division of small business experts. For advice before the sale, ideas to keep your business humming, and trained support. Online, on the phone, and on site. At Dell, we believe in giving you advice, customized technology, and support whenever you need it most. Maybe that's why we're the #1 choice for small business. Dell, we believe in small business.
Stop, Hub! Where should we sit?
Right at first base.
Wait, how about along the third baseline?
Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets.
Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out.
Peanuts.
Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate.
Let's go for it.
StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience.
StubHub! It's the Chevy Summer Sales Drive, where you'll find the all-new Chevy Silverado 1LT with the best available 4x4 highway fuel economy and the best warranty of any full-size pickup. Better than Ford, better than Toyota. And now we're giving Silverado our best lease yet.
Qualified lessees can get a low-mileage lease on this 07 Silverado half-ton for around $259 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details.
Qualified lessees get this 07 Silverado half-ton for around $259 a month.
Tomorrow, the series wraps up on the south side as Jim Thome leads the Sox against the Blue Jays at high def. Coverage starts with Felco White Sox pregame live. White Sox Blue Jays tomorrow at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Time now for our Coors Light Cold Blast to the booth. Feels good on a hot night here in Cincinnati. Scott DeGrave from Lake Zurich emails us, says, guys, I think fans would be interested to understand what level of pay can a guy make playing ball. So I kind of wanted to know what a typical salary would be for a minor league ball player. Now we can go back to when you were in the minor leagues in the 70s. I'm sure it's a lot more than it was then. But if you are a career minor league player and you know your last 6 or 7 years are AAA, how much really could you make?
You know, I'm not really sure, Len. We'll investigate that. I don't want to mislead anybody or misspeak. I can talk about my playing days in the minor leagues, which, as you said, go way back. Back in the late 70s, in rookie ball, we made $500 a month during the baseball season, and you got $5 a day meal money when you were on the road. Seemed like a lot of money back then. And then, you know, of course, as you moved up the ladder in the minor leagues, by the time you got to AAA, it wasn't unusual for guys to make $1,500 or $2,000 or $2,500 a month. Occasionally, you would get those guys that were on the shuttle between the big leagues and the minor leagues, and they were making big dough, some of those guys, you know. But I'm sure it's changed considerably. We'll have to ask around because I'm not really sure exactly what the pay scale is now.
Jock Jones lines it. Dunn catches it. It's the second time Jock has really hit a ball hard in this series. Remember the catch Friel made last night. Well, not as difficult, but well, you do that, you'd like to be rewarded.
Yeah, that was a nice swing on a pitch away from him. Drove it toward that gap in left center, and Dunn makes another nice running catch tonight.
Victor Santos, a right-hander, now into the ball game. He was promoted yesterday. Took the place of right-hander Kirk Sarlos, who was outrighted to AAA Louisville. Well, 1-0 to Jason Kendall. Fastball too low, 2 balls, no strikes. The other thing that complicates it is if you're a first-round draft pick, you know, some of those guys sign minor league contract or major league contracts. Others simply get huge bonuses. And then there are some who, like you, go undrafted and you just make what you make.
Well, we used to try to always get a raise every year. You would get your contract in the mail in the off season, and it was what they proposed that you make for that year. And if you sent your contract back unsigned, that meant that you were looking for a raise. You would then get in touch with your minor league director, say what it was you were looking for, and usually they would say take it or leave it.
Some guys, you always took it, right?
Well,
you had to.
I tried, and I bent the truth on occasion to explain why I needed more money, but I couldn't get them to go for it. Some guys at the AAA level are on what they call a split contract. If you're in AAA, you make X amount of dollars, or if you're in the major leagues, you make this much money. But very unaware of the salary structure in the minor leagues right now. That would be a good question to ask some of the young Cubs that have been on the shuttle between Iowa and the big leagues to see what the average salary is at the AAA level and on down. I mean, obviously in the minor leagues, at the low minors in rookie ball, it's a tough go. I mean, you still have to find some kind of job in the offseason unless you're independently wealthy. And when I played rookie ball in Great Falls, Montana, we had my wife and I shared the upstairs attic of a house with another married couple. 2 bedrooms up there. There were 2 bedrooms in the basement and 2 bedrooms on the main floor of this lady's house. We all lived in the same house. And one way to split up the rent, try to save as much money as possible. And most of the guys worked in the off season as well. Boy, the big gravy was getting to go to winter ball, whether it be instructional league in Arizona or Florida, or actually getting to go to Puerto Rico or the Dominican Republic or Venezuela to play winter ball. I mean, you could quadruple your season salary in the minor leagues if you got an opportunity to go down and play winter ball in the Dominican Republic or Venezuela. That was gravy.
A 2-strike pitch to Marshall. He fouls it back. Do you remember what minimum wage was in the big leagues when you came up in the early 80s?
I think it was like $32,500.
It's now what, 10 times that?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And we were thankful for every penny of it.
Get to play a kid's game and make a living. It's a pretty good gig.
I think I told the story last year when I signed my initial professional contract with the San Francisco Giants and was told I would report to Great Falls, Montana to rookie ball. I asked the scout, was there any bonus involved? And being an undrafted free agent, he just laughed at me. He said, just be in Great Falls in 2 days, young man. So I immediately went out and bought a road map to try to find out where Montana was.
Well, isn't the Bob Uecker line something like when he signed it was $500? He said that's all my parents could afford.
Yeah.
Something to that effect.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not the only one. There's a lot of guys who start in their professional career did not involve a huge signing bonus and a high draft choice.
Just a collision out there as Friel and Hopper touched, but not nearly as bad as that collision earlier this year. 6-1 Cubs.
For a limited time, we're offering 0 down, 0 first payment, and 0 security deposit. That's right, 0 cash due on delivery on the Volvo S40 and S60. Sign your name and drive away. It's that easy. Our sign and drive sales event is the perfect time to go to a Volvo retailer. We know you'll hear the answers you want.
Lease a 2007 Volvo S40 for $329 a month for 36 months. 0 due at signing.
Comcast Sportsnet has Bears training camp covered. From interviews on Chicago Tribune Live to the most in-depth news on Sports Night, Comcast Sportsnet is a Bears fan's best friend this summer. Don't miss Bears training camp reports every night on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
When the subject is trucks, you've got to know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
Hot, sticky weather is here. You can try to cool yourself this way or go to the experts at QC Auto Service Centers. They'll keep you cool, calm, and happy all summer long. The highly trained and certified technicians at QC Auto Service Centers will check it out and fix it right the first time.
Hotter than a collar? Don't sweat it. Come see us.
The place to go for air conditioning service. QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Whether you've never been to Wrigley Field or been 1,000 times, a guided tour of the friendly confines has something for everyone. Each 90-minute tour includes a visit to the press box, the locker rooms, the dugouts, and much more. Tours are sponsored by Bank of America and are available on select dates throughout the season. Tickets are $25. Proceeds benefit Cubs Care. For more information or to purchase ticket, visit Cubs.com.
It's 6-1 Cubs as we get into the last of the sixth, and I just spoke with an expert on the topic of minor league salaries, and the bottom line is when you start in rookie ball, a typical player would make about $1,100 a month, and it really would go up from there. And you get into low A, maybe $1,200-1,300 a month. You get up to double A, you start getting up $1,500-1,600 a month, maybe $2,000 a month at the AAA level as you go up. But then, Bob, it depends on how much service time you have. 6-year free agents are going to make more money, and depending on how much major league service time, some guys can make up to $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 a month. So it just depends. But basically, when you start over the course of a summer, guys at the lowest levels are going to make less than $10,000 a baseball season in salary.
And unless you get called up to the major leagues at the beginning of September, end of August, the plug is pulled on those paychecks. And like I said, a lot of guys have to go back to work. They don't have the luxury of devoting their entire offseason to the preparation for the next year.
Sorano comes over, plays it on the bounce. Conine will settle with a single. That's his 5th hit of the series.
Just to put a ribbon on this discussion of minor league salaries, the real bonus, and I told this story off air between innings when I was in Double-A in Shreveport, Louisiana. On Fridays and Saturday nights, they used to draw their biggest crowds, and they had a beer garden down the left field line. And if you happened to hit a home run in a ball game, they would pass the hat in the beer garden. People would throw in some change or some singles or whatever. Well, if you happen to hit a home run late in the game after those fans had a chance to have a few beverages, you could make a couple $100 for a home run late in a ball game. And man, in Double-A, that was like hitting the lottery.
One ball, no strikes. Brandon Phillips. Just got a piece of it as it got past Kendall, but that was a foul ball. 1-1 the count.
Well, then our good buddy John Filer here in the booth wants to send a hello and a thank you out to Dr. Bobby Bright, Phil Carragher, and Mark Buff Kaufman and all their families in Chicago for the hospitality they extended to him when he was up there visiting. So thanks from Johnny.
Ground ball. Marshall scoops it up. Terrio covering second. Double play. 1-6-3 on the turn.
Boy, nicely done. Comebacker on the glove side. Sean Marshall took a little extra crow hop to give Terrio a time to get to the bag there at second base. And then just in time to get the speedy Brandon Phillips at first.
This could be it for Sean Marshall. This will be pitch number 98 against Adam Dunn. I say that because he has only gone over 100 pitches twice, and it was the first 2 outings back in May. He has not reached triple digits in any of his starts since then. So Lou hoping he can get through this 6th inning unscathed. I suppose he could try to give him one more inning. We'll see. Very comfortable and gorgeous night here in Cincinnati. We look across the river into Kentucky, and great shot of the moon tonight. Blue Moon of Kentucky, right? That's the song. As Floyd on the move, waist high with a catch, and Sean Marshall heads off the field leading 6-1 after 6.
We know you like style. We know you like performance.
We thought you'd like fuel economy as well. With the Pontiac G6, you get the same highway fuel economy as Camry, with even more power. The new Pontiac, designed for action.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell Down, get into a 2007 G6 sedan starting at $16,895. Hurry, inventory limited. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Shining is showing someone the way. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we want to help you live a healthy life. By providing wellness programs and initiatives, we keep you focused on staying well and living well. Because we believe sharing a commitment to a healthy way of living can inspire someone for life. Lean on me. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, shining through.
A shift has been made. Now power isn't sacrificed to achieve fuel efficiency. And cars that perform great on the road also perform great at the pump. Introducing the 36-mile-per-gallon Nissan Versa, 36-mile-per-gallon Sentra, 35-mile-per-gallon Altima. 3 powerful Nissan sedans with 35 miles per gallon or higher. Lease the 2007 Nissan Altima for $229 per month. Now, when you think power and fuel efficiency, think Nissan.
Monday, the Cubs are back on the north side, and Alfonso Sorano and company are primed to take down Ryan Howard and the Phillies in HD, followed by Cubs postgame live. Cubs-Phillies, Monday at 6 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Every night, only one show brings you closer to the teams that matter most. Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet. Highlights, breaking news, interviews, and more time to tell in-depth stories. Land Rover Sports Night, tonight only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Sean Marshall in the dugout getting some high fives, limiting the Reds to 1 run through 6. Top of the order now for the Cubs against Victor Santos, the 4th Reds pitcher tonight. Santos with a perfect 6th. Big swing and a miss at a breaking ball. Soriano with a 3-run shot, making it 5-zip. Goes back in the second. He hasn't hit a lot of home runs with runners on base. No, Marshall 99 pitches through 6. Two now on Soriano. Singleton scored his last time.
Glenn, I'm kind of surprised we don't see more of a shift with Alfonso Soriano at the plate. He rarely hits a ground ball to the right side of the field, but Brandon Phillips just a couple of steps shaded up the middle at his second base position. Of course, Jeff Conine has to be close enough to the bag at first to be able to get over there and cover on a ground ball anywhere in the infield, but we've seen that drastic shift for a lot of hitters.
Well, when Soriano is hot, they should put 3 defenders in the left field seats. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
I mean, even his home run in this ball game, he reached out on a pitch out over the plate away from him and hooked it back to left field. He really tries to pull the ball to left whenever possible, and he has such great plate coverage. He's able to do that on pitches that most right-handed hitters can't even reach.
Ryan Theriot has seen a lot of pitches tonight. Walked in his first 2 plate appearances. He was caught stealing in the second. Scored back in the first. Lined to right in the 5th. So 0 for 1 officially. That's a strike on a fastball from Santos. Well, the Phillies again without Chase Utley. Hasn't hurt their offense. 10-5 leading the Pittsburgh Pirates after 5 innings. Let's see if Tadahito Iguchi's in their lineup tonight. He is. And he's 1 for 1 with an RBI and a run tonight. Looks like Chase Utley's going to miss 3 to 4 weeks. Had surgery on his broken right hand. Had a pin inserted into the hand. But they hope he's going to be back in a few weeks. But he won't play in that series. He's on the DL as the Phillies come in for Fort Monday. Hopper the catch. Terrio gone. And 2 outs in the 7th. Derek Lee coming up, and he's the subject of our Nissan drive of the game. I guess the actual subject's the home run. The drive. That made it 2-0.
Back into that pattern that the Cubs have followed over the last month or month and a half. Jump ahead early, force the other team to play catch up.
I noticed Aaron Rowand out of the Phillies lineup for the 2nd consecutive night. I don't know if you heard what happened, but Thursday he injured his shoulder playing tag with his kids and some of the neighbor kids. I guess he tagged one of his neighbor's children, kind of a funky angle, and might have broken up some scar tissue from an old injury. Another one of those bizarre non-baseball injuries.
Tag is a contact sport. I'm sure somewhere in the standard uniform player contract there's a clause in there about playing tag.
Although I would think that a good lawyer could get around that with his player, because you play tag on the baseball field, right? 3-1 pitch and a pitcher's strike. 3-2. A strained left shoulder for Aaron Rowand. A bouncer to third base. Encarnacion gloves it and throws to Conine. Santos 6 up, 6 down. They're going to stretch here in Cincinnati. 6-1 Cubs.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Addison Station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University. Located near the Addison and Rockwell intersection, the remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For another option, try riding your bike. The Cubs provide a free bike check at the car wash at Clark and Waveland. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com.
Always ask for Pennzoil. Get a 5-quart jug of Pennzoil high mileage vehicle motor oil at Walmart for only $12.22.
We love baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and Chevrolet. Stolen bases, go cheese pizza, bottled water, and Chevrolet. They go together in the good old USA. Baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and Chevrolet.
Get a 2007 Chevy Cobalt LS sedan starting at $13,640 after cash back. That's an 07 Cobalt sedan LS starting at $13,640 after cash back.
The best damn sports show, period. Sports Television's Nightly Party. Weeknights on Comcast Sportsnet.
This year, when you can't be at home to watch the Cubs on TV, check out MLB.TV. You can watch every out-of-market game of the season live online, even when you're traveling. And this year, live radio broadcasts are included with a subscription to MLB.TV. For details, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on.
I watch it all the time. Glad to have you with us tonight. Sean Marshall continuing on in the 7th. That's a good sign. Last time he went into the 7th, Angel Pagan now playing right for Cliff. His last win, June 24th. Keppinger finds ground out in right center for his first hit tonight, his 3rd of the set. Hit number 6 for the Reds. Now Lou is up, and here he comes out. Let me ask you a question. Lou was going to come out, but once he got onto the quote field, is that considered a trip? Even if he didn't come out, could the Reds have complained if he didn't try to make a trip to the mound? Or do you have to actually walk toward the mound?
I think the foul line is the boundary. Once again, I'll check the rules on that, but I think you're allowed to come out of the dugout. And of course, Larry had not made a visit to the mound at any point this inning, so yeah, he could have walked all the way to the mound without making a pitching change this particular situation.
I'm just wondering if they would have counted that as a visit. Well, Marshall getting a good hand from the Cub fans here. We'll be back to Cincinnati.
I feel like I am free simply for the experience of driving.
It's such a peaceful feeling.
And their cars jetting back and forth. Everything's lit up.
There's no one else on the road.
It was like somehow the landscape was just rolling underneath us and we were sitting perfectly still. It's very quiet.
I was free to do whatever I wanted to do. So I just drove.
Stop, Hub! Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the third baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets.
Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out.
Peanuts. Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate. Let's go for it.
StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience.
StubHub! A shift has been made. Now power isn't sacrificed to achieve fuel efficiency. And cars that perform great on the road also perform great at the pump. Introducing the 36-mile-per-gallon Nissan Versa, 36-mile-per-gallon Sentra, 35-mile-per-gallon Altima. 3 powerful Nissan sedans with 35 miles per gallon or higher. All with 0.7% APR financing. Now, when you think power and fuel efficiency, think Nissan.
Well, the giveaway tonight here on 70s Night, the Slinky. Tom James in attendance tonight. His father, Dick, was the inventor of the Slinky. Carlos Marmol now pitching. Cubs used 6 relievers last night. Runner at first is Keppinger. Ball 1 on Edwin Encarnacion. But despite using 6 last night, the Cubs 285 relief appearances this year, 3rd fewest in the National League. The 2nd lowest amount of innings out of the bullpen in the National League, 295 1/3. Last year, the Cubs 542 relief appearances set a major league record. Good slider. 1 ball and 2 strikes. A kick and a pitch. Popped him up. Over in foul ground is Mark DeRosa, the 3rd baseman. He will have room. 1 out.
Not a lot of foul ground here at Great American Ballpark, but that time Mark DeRosa able to use all of it to get over there and make the catch. And once again, very minor thing. Didn't come into play on that particular play, but watch, if you get a chance to see Ryan Theriot come into your picture. I don't think we're going to get a chance to see him. As soon as DeRosa made the catch, Theriot was pointing at second base. Check the runner, check the runner. Make sure he's not tagging and trying to advance from first to second base. Very simple thing. Doesn't come into play very often.
And a bunt by Ross, no man's land, and that'll be a bunt single, the second one for the Reds tonight. Hopper did it back in the 4th inning as Ross catches the Cubs by surprise.
That's what I was talking about with Ryan Theriot. He sees that DeRosa's going to make the play. He immediately checked the runner at first base, who had gone back to tag up on a pop-up in foul territory, just to alert Mark DeRosa. Hey, the ball's in play. The runner may advance.
Big hand now from this sellout crowd for the pinch hitter, Ken Griffey Jr. Batting for Santos. Got the cameras out now. Backdoor slider for a strike on Griffey. 6th on the all-time home run list with 588. Hasn't done a lot of pinch hitting in his career. He's either been a starter or the last few years has spent a lot of time on the disabled list. Got him, called strike 3. That was nasty from Marmol.
That was a slider. Tried to be a backdoor slider. Actually got up and over the heart of the plate. Just freezes Ken Griffey Jr. Not the location Marmol was aiming for, but great result nonetheless.
Faces Friel in an attempt to get out of it. Fastball at 94 for a strike. Even with the Cubs leading by 5, we're probably going to see Ryan Dempster at some point tonight. He is well rested. He last pitched Tuesday night, picked up his 17th save. Gave up an unearned run. Marmol set and the 2-1. Slider strike. Friel did a lot of damage both ways last night, but he strikes out to end the threat in the 7th. Cubs maintain their 6-1 lead to the 8th.
Got an old buddy waiting for a visit in Washington? Fly Southwest Airlines from Chicago Midway to Baltimore, Washington, or Washington Dulles International for just $79 one way.
You are now free to move about the country.
Now, it's finally here.
Stay back, I got a chainsaw.
The Simpsons movie, rated PG-13.
Wake up to rivalry and wake up to McDonald's. Get any 2 biscuit sandwiches for just $3.
See that house? I built that house. Hey, see that truck? I built that truck.
The American-built Toyota Tundra. Now with 0% APR financing or $3,000 cash back. Find out more at ytundra.com.
Now the sharp aqueous detail of the game, and Bob talked about it. Aaron Harang doesn't walk a lot of batters, but he did walk Ryan Theriot in the first inning, right in front of Derek Lee, who then hit a 2-run homer. And the Cubs have not trailed today, and Harang actually would leave the ballgame after 1 with lower back soreness. So that walk coming back to bite him.
Hey, you just wondered if Aaron Harang was having trouble getting situated out there on the mound as the game started. We talked about it back in the first and second inning. The velocity just wasn't there.
Here's veteran left-hander Mike Stanton. And he's going to face Angel Pagan. Angel will get his first at bat tonight. Just came in to play right field in the bottom of the 7th.
Opponent's batting .320 against the veteran left-hander this season.
Made the second most appearances in Major League history. Tonight 1,156. Jesse Orosco 1,252, the all-time leader. The switch hitter swinging and missing. 2 strikes on Angel. Into right center for a base hit on an 0-2 pitch. Makes a turn. That ball briefly got away from Friel. We'll see how they score it. Angel was thinking 2 the whole way, and that's what he'll get, a double.
Yeah, I really believe Angel was going to try to go to second base, whether that ball was mishandled out there in right center field or not. Comes out of that batter's box aggressively, drives that ball to the opposite field, and sharp turn at first, no hesitation whatsoever. Friel tries to make that sliding catch. Easy double for Angel Pagan leading off the inning.
DeRosa playing third base with Aramis Ramirez getting a night off. Good to see the Cubs score 6 times without one of their top hitters. Foul past third. The attendance tonight 42,865. That's the 4th largest crowd in the history of Great American Ballpark, and it's also the largest non-opening day crowd as well. Foul tip.
4 previous at-bats for Mark DeRosa against Mike Stanton. He'd had hits in 3 of them. This time Stanton gets the better of him.
1 out. It's now Ronnie Cedeno to bat for Mike Fontenot. Recently called up from AAA Iowa, where he was red hot. He called on Tuesday prior to the start of his trip. Was hitting .360 at Iowa. How about the month of June? He hit .446, 8 home runs, 20 RBIs. His on-base percentage was .509. And that was plenty enough to earn him Pacific Coast League Player of the Month honors. The 0-2 from Stanton. Found back beyond the barrier. Another foul. Don doubled to start the inning. Then DeRosa struck out. Golfed high in the air, down along the right field line, and it'll drop foul. Hopper got near it, but unable to make a play.
It looked like Hopper short-legged that ball a little bit right at the end. It lands about 5 feet in front of him as he just got over there into foul territory. Yeah, we talked about the lack of foul territory here at Great American Ballpark, and those outfielders can get a little spooked once you get over towards the facing of the bleachers over there, and that time Hopper pulled up just a little short.
Outside. Cub fans being heard here in Cincy. Reds fans trying to drown them out with booing. I was going to say drown them out with booze, but that just didn't sound right. B-O-O-S as opposed to the other spelling. Yes. You know what I mean? Two and two on Ronnie. They may be trying to do the other as well.
Well, I think that's self-inflicted, but that's all right.
Each team with 7 hits, but the Cubs lead big where it counts, 6-1. Check swing foul.
Boy, good battle here from Ronnie Cedeno. Just getting a piece, staying alive, fouling off those borderline pitches, hoping that Stan will make a mistake where he can drive the ball. We talked about the success that Ronnie had down in AAA. It was such a long way, hopefully, towards success up here at the major league level. Lifts a high fly ball to center field. No problem for Ryan Friel. You go down there and you have some success. You have some long at bats. You realize you can get base hits with 2 strikes. You don't have to be overly aggressive early in the sequence. You start to develop that confidence necessary to come up here to this level and hopefully put up the same kind of numbers. Alan Trammell, the bench coach for Lou Piniella, big pat on the back for Ronnie Cedeno. He was pleased with that at bat. Of course, you'd like to see him finish it up with a base hit and an RBI, but that was a heck of a battle for the young man right there.
Tapper by Jones. Stan's going to pick it up and throw in time, barely to get Jock. And Stan picked it up. That ball was rolling not very hard. He thought it was going to stay fair, and he made the play. 6-1, middle of the 8th.
Introducing the Cadillac Summer Event. Right now at your Cadillac dealer, you can experience the best Cadillac has to offer and 0% APR financing across all models. The best part about summer? It's here.
Visit your Chicagoland area Cadillac dealer for this attractive offer.
If you need to tow it, Quad City Spring has it. Quad City Spring is the area's suspension, spring, truck accessory, and towing experts. From goosenecks and fifth wheels to every kind of hitch imaginable, including Blue Ox base plates and tow bars, strong as an ox. And Quad City Spring installs and services everything they sell. So tow it right. Get your ride to Quad City Spring. Quad City Spring, 34th Street at River Drive in Moline.
Looking for a better job? One that offers greater rewards for the more work you do? An opportunity to work outside of the typical office setting? Or a chance to work with new people around cutting-edge technology? Then a full or part-time sales position with MediaCom could be your perfect choice. You'll receive a full range of benefits, including a sales commission plan in addition to your base salary. Sound like the career you've been looking for? Find out more by calling this number or stopping by your local MediaCom office today.
For a Cadillac Sports Update.
Hi there, Gail Fisher here in our downtown Chicago studios. The news is getting better and better for Kerry Wood. Wood reported to Cincinnati today after throwing on back-to-back days with single-A Peoria. The Tribune is reporting that Wood will throw a side session tomorrow and could be sent for a rehab assignment this week and might be called up to the Cubs as early as next weekend. Now let's go back to Cincinnati and Len and Bob.
All right, Gail, thank you. So that would add another veteran to the bullpen. Well, it'd be great to see Kerry back in a Cubs uniform on the big league mound. A long road. Well, he's sitting next to Wade Miller. His last rehab outing did not go particularly well. He's going to take a little extra time off before his next outing. He's not quite sure where that will be. Ronnie Cedeno stays in to play second. Marmol still working. 1-1 on Norris Hopper. While there's still a ways to go, the Cubs need to record 6 outs. They're up 5, but I feel a little better knowing that Ken Griffey Jr. has already been used and no longer is available tonight.
No kidding.
Off the glove of Marmol, Cedeno will pick it up and get him. One, 4-3 on the putout.
All right, Cedeno making like a third baseman on this one. A slider that's bounced right back to the mound, gets away from Marmol, and look at Cedeno with the bare hand grab and throw. And plenty of time to get the speedy Norris Hopper at first base.
Conine with another multi-hit game in this series. 3 last night, 2 tonight. The pitch. Tried the front door slider and missed a little bit inside. 1 ball, no strikes. By the way, the sellout crowd tonight, 42,365. We don't know how many Cub fans, but we see a lot of blue. The seats are red, kind of like in St. Louis, and the blue really stands out. Conine with another 3-hit game. So he has 3 of their 8 hits.
Yeah, this is the at-bat I've been looking forward to. In the ball game last night, Brandon Phillips was totally overmatched against Carlos Marmol. He was knee buckling, bailing out, stepping in the bucket, whatever you want to call it. He wanted nothing to do with that Carlos Marmol slider. Ended up with a very weak swing, hit a lazy fly ball to right field. A little better hack that time.
Phillips with an RBI and a ground out in the 4th. But without a hit. 0 for 3. Flails at that slider.
Well, you just hope this continues throughout their respective careers, because Brandon Phillips is going to be a good big league player for a long time, and I think Carlos Marmol is going to be a really good big league pitcher for a long time. These two are going to hook up many, many times in the future. Whoops.
That should be a wild pitch. Conine now at second.
Good. A bit outside.
I'll tell you what, though, the way it's gone for Phillips, I'm surprised he didn't swing at it.
Yeah.
That would be the definition of a waste pitch. Jones back on it. At the track, makes a catch. Conine tagging, and now at third, but Jock Jones with another terrific grab. On the move. Well, that's about the fourth one he's made out in center on this road trip. I'll tell you what, it might be the best one.
I think so. He never took his eye off that ball. He knew he was getting close to the fence out there. There was one quick peek to the warning track, realized he's got enough room, made the nice catch. Of course, Conine could tag up and walk to third base on that deep fly ball. Yeah, a little better pass at it that time from Brandon Phillips.
Runner at third, 2 gone, ball 1 on Adam Dunn. So Jones stealing extra bases away from Encarnacion in the 5th and Phillips in the 8th. Way up in the air. 1,001, 1,002, 1,003, 1,004. Ooh. Terrio thought he had it, but Cedeno made the catch. It's 6-1 to the 9th.
SAP has solutions for mid-sized companies? I'm gonna need some time to come to terms with this whole thing. Okay, I'm good.
Car and Driver named the Infiniti G Sedan to its 10 best list for 2007. It went on to choose the Infiniti M as the winner of its luxury comparison test 2 years in a row. But judge for yourself. Visit the Infiniti Limited Engagement Summer Event before it ends July 31st and receive 0.9% APR financing on select Infiniti vehicles.
Try Arby's new popcorn chicken shakers, made with 100% natural all-white meat chicken. Add as much or as little buffalo or barbecue sauce as you'd like, then just shake it up. So good, they'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Well, this heat's not letting up, folks, so you might want to get home with those air conditioners.
Day, grab the beer that starts out cold and ends up refreshing. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Stay tuned for Bacardi Late Night on Comcast Sportsnet.
After the game, stick around for Cubs Post-Game Live. Get highlights of all the action and analysis from Dan Plesac. Don't miss Cubs Post-Game Live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Carlos Marmol enjoyed that catch by Ronnie Cedeno. Ryan Terrio thought he knew where it was going to be, but I think that ball, when it came back into orbit as it was revolving around the earth, just didn't quite make its re-entry into the same spot. It was close.
Yeah, we talked about it early in the game, that wind that comes through the slot in the stadium on the third base side behind home plate. I think it got a hold of that high pop-up from Adam Dunn and pushed it all the way over there to Ronnie Cedeno. Everybody had a good laugh. You can do that when you make the catch.
Yeah, it's funny how that works. Nobody laughs when the ball drops.
Especially the pitcher.
Todd Coffey pitching, and an excuse me base hit by Jason Kendall. That's when things are really turning around for you as a hitter. 2-hit night for Kendall. Matt Merton will pinch hit for Marmol.
Been a rough go for Todd Coffey this year. He's allowed 56 base hits in only 40 innings pitched. You see opponents hitting .329 against him.
The pitch to Merton. Swing and a miss. Todd Coffey, when he checks on the runner, actually looks the other way. I don't know if he'll keep an eye on Kendall or not in this spot with Cubs leading 6-1. There you have it. I don't know of any other pitcher, right-hander, who does that.
It could be just a matter of his peripheral vision is perhaps better out of his right eye than his left eye, so it's easier for him to turn his head towards second base, check the runner at first out of his right eye, than it is to try to look over his left shoulder and check that runner.
Swing and a miss, and Matt Merton out on strikes. Big night for Soriano. 2 hits, a home run, 3 RBIs, and 2 runs scored. He's now scored 69 runs. Low and away. He began the night tied for 9th in runs in the National League.
Three-run homer for Soriano back in the second inning. Pitch was out away from him and down right where he likes it. Put it in the second deck out there in left field.
Shot this time, 8-1. Oh man, 5 RBIs, his 18th home run. The Cubs have hit 3 tonight. Those are so fun to watch.
Oh. They're fun to hit too.
I can imagine. 8-1 Cubs. Ooh. The second time he's hit 2.
Boy, guessed right, got that fastball. This time on the inside part of the plate. This is a pitch that occasionally Soriano has trouble with. Guys with plus fastballs can try to run it in there on his hands, but Coffey didn't have a plus fastball that time.
Last time he had a multi-homer game, he hit 3 in Atlanta on June 8th. 17th career multi-homer game for Soriano. To Ontario. So I guess tomorrow in the open we have to talk about the Cubs not hitting home runs. That's what we did tonight.
What do we need to improve upon? Let's see. How about stolen bases tomorrow? Let's get some stolen bases. We'll talk about that in the open.
Well, we thought coming into the series this would be a good place for the Cubs to jump on that home run train, and they have hit 3 tonight. Inside.
You know, and looking at the big picture, Len, last night Bronson Arroyo and David Weathers, the only 2 pitchers needed for Pete McCannon, but tonight he's had to dip into that bullpen early and often with Harang going down after the first inning of work. So Matt Belisle taking the ball, who's been struggling lately, and a bullpen that will be a little bit fatigued coming back for the day game tomorrow.
Derek Lee will bat, 2 strikeouts in the inning for Coffey. Well, you have to believe the Reds general manager Wayne Krivsky got on the phone to AAA Louisville right when Harang came out of the ball game. They have to make a roster move just to supplement their pen for tomorrow, and we're not quite sure of how serious the Harang injury is. 396 feet on the Soriano second home run tonight. Brewers still trailing in St. Louis 3-2 in the 7th. Cubs lead going to the bottom of the 9th from Cincinnati. It's 8-1. Soriano supplying more power for a 2-run blast. Ryan Dempster will pitch, but let's go back to that Soriano second home run.
You will never see this, at least not from very many hitters. Watch his bat angle as he makes contact. The barrel of the bat way below his hands. Yeah, most hitters try to have that bat on a level plane as it comes through the hitting zone. Soriano has that radical angle with the barrel of the bat pointed straight down toward the ground, still able to make solid contact and drive the ball way out of the ballpark.
Here's a closer in a non-save spot with his team leading by 7. Fair ball past DeRosa inside the bag. It'll go down to the corner for Keppinger. And it's a standing leadoff double.
Well, that just amazes me, that Soriano bat angle. Most guys, if you swung at a pitch like that, you're going to foul it off to the first base side of the field. He's able to square it up and still hit the ball out of the ballpark. Nice effort by DeRosa. Keppinger runs one right down the chalk on the third base side.
And it's such a big bat. When he makes solid contact, he can hit it a long, long way. Can you think of another power hitter built like the wiry Alfonso Soriano? I mean, we're talking real power. Guys who hit it upwards of 390, 400 feet almost every time they leave the yard.
Oh boy, you have to go back a ways. I think Bobby Bonds, Barry's father, was a little bit of a wiry type leadoff hitter that hit for big time power, but I think he was even a little bigger than Soriano.
Barry Bonds at one time was early in his career. Well, that put Encarnacion on his knees. 3 balls, no strikes. Encarnacion walks, so Dempster is allowed the first 2 to reach. And Larry Rothschild will make a visit. Now, Alfonso Soriano listed at 6'1", 180 pounds. But he has Adam Dunn-like power from the right side.
Well, over his last 5 years, he's averaged 37 home runs, 97 RBI, and 33 stolen bases a season. That's a very rare combination of power and speed and consistency over the last 5 seasons.
Here's David Ross. job by Carlos Marmol tonight. Gave up 2 hits, but no runs in his 2 relief innings, and a stellar performance by Sean Marshall. 6 innings plus. 6 hits allowed, only 1 run, a walk, 3 strikeouts, and a chance for his 5th win in his Great American Ballpark debut. Also doubled for his first hit of the season. The only problem for Sean tonight is when he wasn't going all out, running from second to third, was thrown out at the plate. But it hasn't hurt the Cubs tonight. They lead 8-1. Ryan Dempster, though, needs to throw a strike. Now starting to get squeezed by Joe West. 3-0. 8 pitches, only 1 strike. And they are loaded with nobody out. Tell you what, that 2-run homer in the top of this inning, as you see the frustration from Lou Piniella. Went from 6-1 to 8-1. It looks pretty big. And I think they're going to get somebody up in the bullpen. I don't think Lou's going to stick with Dempster very long tonight if he continues to struggle. Javier Valentin. Pinch hitter deluxe. Slider missed. Bob Howery is now throwing in the bullpen. 1 ball, 1 strike. Valentin batting for Coffey. This is not a safe situation, but starting to get a little tense here for Ryan Dempster, even with his team up 7. A 1-2 to Valentin, called strike 3. So he gets that first out. Now Ryan Friel.
Yeah, hopefully this will get Ryan Dempster back in control of this inning. Sometimes you come into a ball game and it slips away so quickly. You just feel like everything's moving so fast you can't find the strike zone. When you do throw a strike, they're whacking it. Yeah, hopefully that strikeout will get him back on the right rhythm. Another good pitch right there.
Seen him throw his slider here a lot. Cubs would love a double play ball, and that would do it. Off the end of the bat. Continues to go with the slider. The producer of Cubs baseball here on Comcast Sportsnet, Bob Albrecht. Our director, Dave Turner. Our associate producer, Tamara Anderson. Our stage manager in the booth with us tonight, Audrey Whitley. Our technical director, Chuck Jackson. The executive producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is Jim Corno Jr. Great work by our entire crew here in Cincinnati. 0-2 is high on a fastball. Boy, when you're a closer, Bob, if one pitch isn't working, tough to get it back. And that fastball, he's had trouble commanding it. We've seen that slider a lot here lately. DeRosa in foul territory. Makes the catch for the second out. quite sure what that pitch was. It was either a split or maybe a changeup. At any rate, he gets a second out. A chance here to get out of it. What was this? I guess it could have been a slider. Kind of backed up, didn't he?
Kind of had that tumbling rotation like a splitter. He maybe overthrew a little bit, but got the desired result. Got Friel out front. A harmless pop up into foul territory.
Well, it's been a good workout for Ryan Dempster here in the ninth with his team up 7. But it has not been a breeze by any stretch of the imagination. He has created his own jam. Diving stop by Terrio. Throw to second. Cedeno with a play, and the Cubs win. A great defensive play to end it. And Dempster gets out of the ninth with no runs allowed, and the Cubs beat the Reds tonight 8-1. Had them all the way, right?
As good a defensive play as we saw all night. Ryan Terrio diving to his right, slides to his knees, throws back against his body. Another great play on the other end by Ronnie Cedeno to pick it out of the dirt. Beautiful way to end.
So the W flag flying here in Cincinnati. And a rarity for the Reds, and Aaron Harang got taken out after 1 because of a back injury, lower back soreness. It's the first time in his last 10 starts the Reds have lost. So the Cubs did something that hasn't been done in a while. Sean Marshall over 500 at 5-4. 2 hours and 51 minutes, and the Cubs with a chance to win the rubber game tomorrow, and now 3-2 on the trip. So that will do it for our game coverage. Stay tuned. Post-game live is coming up next. The final score: the Cubs 8, the Reds 1. Our next Cubs telecast will be Monday night at 6. Back at home at Wrigley Field against the Philadelphia Phillies. Good pitching matchup. Cole Hamels for the Phillies. Ted Lilly for the Cubs. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Brenly and our entire crew, this is Len Casper. You've been watching Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Hi there, Carrie Sayers and Mitch Robinson with you. Nice win for the Cubbies. A little excitement there at the end, but glad they got through it. Gail Fisher and Dan Plesac are standing by for Cubs postgame live. They'll break down tonight's win and preview the series finale tomorrow.
Coming up after postgame live, stick around for Land Rover Sports Night. We're checking in on the Bears training camp and see how Devin Hester's adapting to life, catching passes from Rex Grossman.
Plus, we'll have full highlights and reaction from the South Side as the Sox look to continue their winning ways against the Blue Jays.
Those stories plus our Barry Bonds watch continues.
That's right. It's all after Cubs postgame live, which is coming your way right after the break.
The 2007 Chevy Impala has something Toyota and Honda don't. The GM 100,000-mile warranty. And OnStar, with help at the push of a button. And diagnostic checks emailed to you every month. Impala has you covered for the road ahead. Qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Chevy Impala LT for around $199 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. Qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Impala 1LT for around $199 a month.
Help! Help! I'm hurt and can't work. I need help to pay my rent, car payment, and electric bill.
You! Do something!
My bills! My hero.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Tonight, do the mojito with the refreshingly cool taste of the Bacardi Mojito.
from Lexus. The summer sales event where you'll find unexpected values on the Lexus you've always wanted. But like summer, it won't last forever. The event, now through September 4th. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. Bacardi Rum, if you're going to drink, be responsible. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by Pontiac, 9 performance machines, all designed for action.
Start the ball game tonight. Well, there you go. Deep left field and a 3-run homer. So he's starting to heat up. Number 17, that's a 3-run blast. And it's 5-0.
And Alfonso Soriano wasn't done after that. He'd hit another home run later in the game as the Cubs beat the Reds 8-1 is the final from Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. Hello and welcome to Cubs Postgame Live. Gail Fisher and Dan Plesac here with you to recap the Cubs victory. And Dan, I think you should run my fantasy team every day. You put the thing on Harangue, and you got Alfonso Soriano going. Just an all-around good game for the Cubs.
It was a good game, and I apologize to Mr. Harangue or his family. That thing can be a vicious thing. I didn't intend for him to go out of the game after the first inning with a back ailment, but it's a pretty vicious thing. The only guy in all of my years that it hasn't worked with, Mariano Rivera, is thankless. It doesn't work on Mariano Rivera, but this was a very good game for this Cub team. They got Alfonso Soriano, 2 big home runs, got a quality starting performance from Sean Marshall, and this was an offense right now. This Cub team starting to flex its muscles a little bit. This is a real good team, and I tell you one thing you have to be very pleased with if you're a Cub fan and where this team's going. They've had several opportunities this year where they could have caved in, lost a couple of tough games, but they keep finding ways to keep coming back, and this was a big, big win for this team.
Well, let's recap our pitching, Felco pitching recap now with the starters, and not much to recap for Aaron Harangue. As we mentioned, he left the game with lower back soreness after only pitching 1 inning and allowing a 2-run shot to Derek Lee, so actually Harangue will have to take the loss in this ball game. Sean Marshall was dealing, though, for the Cubs, allowing 1 run on 6 hits. Over 6 innings of work. This was one of his better outings.
You know, it's really been the MO of his entire season. He kind of bends, but he doesn't break. He often has a lot of base runners, but he finds a way to wiggle out of trouble, gets the ball down, gets a ground ball when he needs it. He has the ability to get a pop-up when he needs it with 2 outs and he's in a little bit of trouble. And when he's throwing strikes like he was tonight, he's awfully tough. And I don't think he's ever going to be a pitcher that's going to be a dominating pitcher, that's going to be a double-digit strikeout type of pitcher, but he makes the opponent put the ball in play, takes advantage of his defense. And one thing, being a tall guy, he's very good fielding his position, particularly throwing the ball there you see on a comeback or back to second base. He does a lot of little things to help him get into the 6th, 7th inning of a ball game.
Taking a look at some interesting numbers for Marshall. Doesn't like pitching at Wrigley Field too much, at least not this season. He is 3-1 on the road, though, compared to just 2-3 at home. His ERA is a run better away from the friendly confines. I'm not sure if there's more pressure at Wrigley or that's just one of those stats, Dan, we like to pull up because I know how you like numbers.
Well, I'm not a numbers person. I know that you are, Gail, and sometimes there's no rhyme or reason. You look at the whole body of work, and there are some hitters that hit better on the road, some hit better day as opposed to night, and it's really hard to put a finger on exactly why there are certain trends that happen that way. I do know this. He's pitched awfully well, and he's been a victim of some poor run support. And you look around the league, there are several pitchers with 8, 9, 10 wins that have ERAs in the high 4s, almost 5. He's thrown the ball very well and kept this team in the game, and that's all hopefully this starting rotation is going to have to do. You expect a lot out of Zambrano and Lilly, but if the other 3, 4, and 5 guys in the rotation can calm the other team down to give these Cub bats a chance to heat up, and they flex their muscles tonight, this is a team that can strike and score a lot of runs in a hurry.
Well, you're not a numbers guy, but you're a prognosticator. One of your pregame keys was to get Alfonso Soriano going, and he did that tonight, going 3 for 5 with 2 big home runs. He as we talked about, Dan, in the break, is a streaky kind of guy, and hopefully this is on the upswing now.
You know, he seems to go in bunches, and when he gets hot, he can get really hot. And one of the things that makes him awfully dangerous, he's a good bad ball hitter. You see this ball here, a breaking ball in the inner half of the plate. He handles the high fastball very well. And when he's swinging well, there isn't really one particular way to pitch him. The only way it seems like teams have been successful here, a fastball. And right here, he does what all good hitters do. The first thing you need to do is address the ball, and that right there, the first thing he did was he said, "Hello, ball."
Nice to meet you. Time to go out of the ballpark now. So Sorano getting the Cubs going with a couple of big shots as they win it 8-1. I believe your other key was about Ryan Freeland keeping him off the bases, and the Cubs did that as well.
You know, this was a good night for me as far as the Lexus keys to the game, but I think what really set the tempo for the game was the thing that I was able to put on Aaron Harang. Now, I'm not going to use this often, just for some big games. I thought this was a big game with the Brewers losing the first game of the doubleheader today in St. Louis. This was really a big game for the Cubs. Lost a tough game last night, Milwaukee winning, so this really puts the Cubs back in the driver's seat.
Well, the Reds were threatening in the 7th inning. This is where Sean Marshall was starting to get into it.
Hopefully he's got himself into a nice routine where he knows how many pitches it takes for him to get loose, not to overextend himself, because a lot of times you can use a lot of your bullets that are in your gun in that bullpen, getting up a couple of times. And the big thing that I think the Cubs really have to be careful with is not going to the well too often. There's a lot of baseball left and a lot of innings and a lot of big situations that this guy's going to be brought into to help bail out the starting rotation.
All right, we have to take a quick time out. When we come back on Cubs Postgame Live, we want to talk more about this game, and we also want to check out our Pontiac opinion poll question of the night. Which is more likely, A, a Cubs win in the division, or B, the Cubs win the wild card? Go to ComcastSportsNet.com, click on Chicago, then click on the Cubs page and give us your vote. We'll have the results later in the show. And one other note before we go to break, here are the National City NL Central standings. Thanks to the Cardinals' come-from-behind victory over the Brewers in Game 1 of their doubleheader tonight. The Cubs are now just 2 games behind the Brew Crew in the Central. And right now, Milwaukee is losing to the Cardinals in the 2nd game of that doubleheader. So hopefully that will be 1.5 games before the night is over.
For every Cubs victory this season, National City is proud to make a donation to Rhino Kid Care. Please visit rhinokidcare.com.
Chicagoans love their pizza. That's why you come to Giordano's, some for 30 years now. We use only the finest ingredients to make Giordano's famous stuffed pizza, our equally famous thin crust pizza, plus salads, pastas, sandwiches, and more. Come on into Giordano's and celebrate 30 great years with us. Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good. You made it famous.
Four Seasons, the largest family-owned and operated heating and air conditioning contractor, has simple goals: provide exceptional service at the best possible price and offer products that leave you nothing but satisfied. Call Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning today for a free estimate.
Road & Track calls the Infiniti FX simply one of the best performance SUVs in the world. AutoWorld.com proclaimed the Infiniti QX as luxury on a grand scale. What will you say? Visit the Infiniti Limited Engagement Summer Event before it ends July 31st and receive 0.9% APR financing on select Infiniti vehicles.
I'm Ryan Sandberg, asking you to help cheer up kids in hospitals.
When children suffer from serious medical conditions, Rhino Kid Care, supported by Ryan Sandberg and National City, helps them and their families cope. Join the cause.
See this guy right here? Well, he's been chipping at that will for over 15 years. That's nearly the entire time that I've been with InventHelp. Now it's my turn to tell you exactly why you should trust InventHelp with your idea or invention. Here are some facts. We have over 50 offices in major cities nationwide. We submit your idea to companies for potential review. Through our low-cost patent referral program, 10,000 of our clients have received patents. We hold Impex, the largest invention trade show in the country. You can trust a company that's been working with inventions for over 20 years.
Everybody knows the caveman. They know InventHelp is the company to come to.
I like to think we know what we're doing. We've been around for a long time. The bottom line is we're there to help.
When I shake the inventor's hand, it's trust.
And now you know the facts. Don't you think it's time to call? Oh, and if you don't see my friend here, you know you're not calling InventHelp. So make sure to give us a call today.
The home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
We are back with a look at our 4 seasons. Who's hot, who's not around the majors right now. Chicago native Curtis Granderson is hot. He scored 10 runs and hit 3 home runs and knocked in 7 RBI this week. The Angels' Sean Figgins is hot as well, hitting .522 over the last week with 6 RBI. And A's ace Dan Herron is 2-0 with 14 strikeouts. Now, who's not hot? Boston's J.D. Drew is way cold, going 3 for his last 21. Same for Mike Cameron, who has just 3 hits in his last 22 at-bats. And the Angels, Bartolo Colon got roughed up this week. His ERA for the last 7 days, 36.
Ouch.
Yeah, wow. That's a rough day at the office. Alfonso Soriano needed to get hot. Dan Plesac called it, and he did come up with a big 3-run home run and then another home run later in the game to make it 2 on the day as the Cubs beat the Cincinnati Reds. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the game. Now, after Ryan Theriot walked to start things out here, Derek Lee hits one deep into the stands and left a 2-run shot in the first inning, his 10th of the year, and that gives the Cubs an early 2-0 lead, and that would be it for Aaron Harang. He finished the inning but left because of back spasms. So that 2-0 lead actually put Harang on the hook for the loss in this game. Second inning now. Chicago native Pete McKinnon brings in left-hander Mike Gosling. And Alfonso Soriano taking him deep. That 3-run home run there extends the Cubs lead 5-0 to the 9th. It's 6-1, and Soriano providing a little more insurance. Another monster home run, this time off of Todd Coffey. The 2-run shot, his 18th of the season, lifts the Cubs to an 8-1 victory. So taking a look at the Cubs starting lineup, it is Soriano with the big day offensively. Also, Derek Lee with that 2-run shot doing well. He took a couple of walks, so a pretty productive day from the 1 and 3 hitters.
And you look down at the bottom, and Jason Kendall 2 for 4. And I'm telling you, this guy is a better than a .226 hitter. He is going to be a very important part of the bottom third of this batting order. He got off to a miserable start. He's a winning player, and I think he's starting to settle in. And I will tell you this, he is going to come up with some big hits. He's very good. You can do a lot of things. He swings the bat well. He can hit the ball to the right side. You know, his power numbers are drastically down the last couple of years. You're not going to get a lot of home run productivity, but he's very adept at hitting and running, hitting behind runners. He's a good winning baseball player. And I think it's taken him a while getting adjusted to a new team back into the National League, but he's going to be a very positive part of that bottom third of the batting order.
All right, Cubs with the victory in Cincinnati. As we go to break, let's take a look at the StubHub upcoming schedule for the Cubs. The Cubs wrap up their series with the Reds tomorrow at noon. Then they return home for a 7-game homestand beginning with 4 against the Phillies.
The upcoming schedule is brought to you by StubHub, where fans buy and sell tickets.
Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the third baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets. Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out.
Peanuts.
Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate.
Peanuts.
Let's go for it. StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience.
StubHub.
Something to remind me of another place and time.
believe small business technology should work as hard as you do. We believe that you're big enough for custom-built solutions. And your computer company should always be there to answer your questions.
How can I help you?
At Dell, we believe in giving you advice, customized technology, and support to do amazing things. Our partnership should never be based solely on what's inside a box. It should be defined by the people who stand behind it. Dell, we believe in small business.
The Range Rover for 2007, designed for the extraordinary. Visit your local Land Rover Center.
Welcome back. Here's a look at our Geico quote of the day. Before the game, here's what Lou Piniella had to say about the progress of Kerry Wood's rehab. Look.
No, wait, look.
Look.
Okay, there you go, that's better.
Let's keep our fingers crossed, and at the same time, let's monitor the situation very carefully. I haven't seen the reports from Friday night, but if he's on track, I don't see any reason why we can't get him here sooner than later. And the news does seem to be getting better for Kerry Wood. He reported to Cincinnati today after throwing on back-to-back days with single-A Peoria. The Tribune's Paul Sullivan is reporting that Wood will throw a side session tomorrow and could be sent to AAA Iowa for a rehab assignment. So on his way back, look. That's how it goes.
That's better. It's like, look. Okay.
All right. Gail Fisher and Dan Plesac back here with you. Let's take a look at the results of our Pontiac Opinion Poll question of the night. Earlier in the show, we asked you which is more likely, A, the Cubs win the division, or B, Cubs win the wild card. Wow, 90% of you say the Cubs are going to win this NL Central Division. Dan, I know you're one of them who says it's division or bust.
I tell you what, this team, I was able to follow this team the last 3 weeks of spring training, and I really thought that this Cub team and the California Angels, Anaheim Angels of Anaheim, Disney World, whatever they are, they change their name every other year, were the best two teams of all the teams that I saw in Arizona. It surprised me they got off to such a slow start, but they're putting it together at the right time right now, and the Brewers definitely know they're coming.
Dano, real quick, let's take a look at the starters for tomorrow's series finale in Cincy. It is Matt Belisle against Carlos Zambrano. This has got to be all Big Z in this finale.
Well, on paper, and the Cubs have had a couple of these matchups the last week to 10 days where on paper it looks very dominant, one-sided for the Cubs. Carlos Zambrano, if he throws like he has since the All-Star break, the Cubs are in for a pretty good afternoon tomorrow.
They have a chance to win this series, and that would make it a very successful road trip if they can do that, winning 4 out of the 6 games on this roadie. They're back on Monday. We're out of time for now. Sports Night with Mitch Robinson and Kerry Sayers is coming up next. For Dan Plesac, I'm Gail Fisher. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
So yeah, my Corolla gets a 41 miles per gallon rating. Plus I got it with $500 cash back. For a Toyota. Honestly, I expected to pay a lot more. So I donated the extra money to Saving the Whales. And pandas. Wow.
Hey.
Hey.
Scott, right?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi. Well, see you at the fundraiser.
Yes, you will.
Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
Love the details, but you've never seen them like this. The full HD 1080p Aquos liquid crystal television from Sharp.
One half-ton pickup has the best warranty of any other, the best fuel economy of any other, not to mention the highest possible front crash test rating. Makes you wonder why you'd want any other truck. The all-new redesigned GMC Sierra.
It's the GMC Summer Sell-Down on a great selection of 07 models. Right now, get 0% APR or $2,000 total cash back when you purchase an all-new 07 Sierra 1500 Extended or Crew Cab. For more information, visit gmcdrive.com.
Okay, you're all set. Your on-demand is easy to operate.
Choose from movies, specials, anything really, and whenever you want. You wonder how you ever survived without it.
Nothing gives you more entertainment than Stars on Demand. Choose from an enormous library of movies that all start at the touch of a button by adding digital cable with Stars and Digital Plus for only $14.95 a month for the next 12 months. Call 1-800-CABLE-TV today.
J.D. Power Automotive Ratings. Everybody wants them, we've got them. In our new interactive video buying guides, now at vehix.com.
The Range Rover for 2007, designed for the extraordinary. Visit your local Land Rover Center.
At Dell, we believe the 25 million small businesses in America deserve something more. So we're introducing Dell Vostro, customized systems, services, and expertise designed just for small business. PCs with no trialware, just the software you want. And they can be powered by Intel Core 2 Duo processors to keep you up and running fast. Plus the reassurance of Dell's new 30-day worry-free guarantee. New Dell Vostro, proof that we believe in small business.
Stop up! Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the third baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets. Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out.
Peanuts.
Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate. Let's go for it. StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience.
StubHub.
Looking for the perfect way to stay in touch?
U.S. Cellular can help you keep in touch with your kids even when they're away at school. With national plans that include unlimited call me minutes, 7 p.m. nights and weekends, and free incoming text messages. Plus, get a free Samsung TG with MP3 player and Bluetooth technology when you buy one for just $29.95.
At U.S. Cellular, we'll make sure you get everything you need and nothing you don't. U.S. Cellular is wireless where you matter most.
U.S. Cellular connects with you.
Hi, I'm Derek Lee of the Chicago Cubs, and you're watching Comcast Sportsnet.
He's a special talent. He's been blessed with a great deal of ability.
Devin does offense at Bears training camp. Just how dangerous will Hester be this season?
I'm interested in winning baseball games, not getting home runs we hit.
But the Cubs are interested in the long ball, going deep early in Cincinnati. Highlights and reaction from the Queen City on the way. And it's an old-fashioned pitcher's duel on the south side until a Sox rookie strikes with a major league first. It's a hair-raising edition of Sports Night now.
This is Sports Night, presented by Land Rover. Live from the Comcast Sportsnet studios in downtown Chicago.
Hello again, everyone. Welcome to Land Rover Sports Night alongside the lovely and talented Carrie Sayers. I'm Mitch Robinson. So much to talk about, so little time.
Oh, isn't that always the case? We begin tonight with the Bears and day 2 of training camp down in Bourbonnais. No Lance Briggs sightings yet, but all eyes on the newest and most exciting member of the offense. Yes, it's a move that has had fans and the Bears themselves giddy with excitement over the possibilities. Devin Hester taking his dazzling playmaking abilities to the offensive side of the ball. And though it's very early in camp, Hester is already turning heads and making one heck of a first impression. William Jackson has more.
We all knew the Bears' Devin Hester was a special talent when it came to kick returns. But now, just a couple of days into training camp, the Bears' coaching staff thinks he can be just as special in the receiving game.
He has truly outstanding hands. Not good hands or average hands. He has outstanding hands. That's the thing that we didn't know, as when we first started. But he really has the ability to catch the football. And as a receiver, that's half the battle. If you catch it, you can do those other things.
That's a great compliment from Coach Drake, man. Coach Drake is the type of coach, he's going to joke around with you, call y'all names, but at the end of the day, he's there for you 100%. And I couldn't get no better coach than Coach Drake. And right now, he's helping me out a lot as far as the receiver-wise, as well as the receivers. And I feel like we're going to have a very strong year.
Hester has been so impressive with his ability to make the quick move after the catch that offensive coordinator Ron Turner is comparing his first few steps after the catch with a pretty talented NFL receiver flourishing in the league right now. Have you ever seen a player first couple steps after the catch to be able to do what he can?
Maybe one time I had a guy in an all-star game. What was the blue-gray game? A guy named Steve Smith. Maybe Steve Smith. That might be about the only guy.
It's just the ability that God blessed me with, and I'm grateful for it, and I couldn't ask for no other blessing than that. I'm going to take advantage of it with the blessings that he gave me and give me the opportunity to make God's miss.
Now, last year, despite the great year Devin was having in the kicking game, he still put in the extra work to get even better. And Drake says he's seeing that same commitment from Hester in the passing game.
He really studies it. He really studies it. He's been like a gym rat. We finished practice yesterday. Coaches were sitting in there to watch film, and he comes. He said, "Can I watch? Can I watch? Can I watch with you?" So he's always trying to get better. And the most important thing about Devin is the kind of person he is. Just an amazing kid, amazing young man.
During the OTAs, Devin said he was enjoying his new position, and now he says nothing has changed. He still loves his new job. And the fact the other veteran receivers are teaching him the tricks of the trade is helping out immensely.
On the little tricks in the trade of the game, you got the basic fundamental, but it's what I can say, the little cheating code that you got to know about as far as on the defense side. And they help him out just showing me how to be patient in my routes, and sometimes our routes don't have to be full speed, but just setting up the defense and little stuff like that.
And if Devin is doing all this just based on his raw ability and God-given talent, the coaches say just imagine how good he'll be once he really knows what he's doing. Could get scary. In Bourbonnais with the Bears, William Jackson, Comcast Sportsnet.
Thank you, William. Hester dazzled last season as the Bears' return man, setting an NFL record with 6 regular season returns for touchdowns and then added another in the Super Bowl. The Bears are hoping for similar success on the offensive side of the ball this season. Sounds like he's gotten off to a nice start. Coming up later in the show, we'll head back to Bourbonnais for a live report from William Jackson as the Bears wrapped up day 2 of training camp.
When it comes to hangovers, I've had my share. In Cincinnati, the Cubs hoping Red starter Aaron Harang would be suffering one of his own after his last start, a 10-inning outing against the Brewers in which he threw 121 pitches, allowed only 1 run while striking out 10, yet came away with a no decision. Then again, the Cubs were trying to shake off their comeback gone awry in the series opener. Who would come out on top? I'll go out to the Great American Ballpark. Kerry Wood in the dugout watching the game. More on him in a moment. Cubs facing Harang. He's a righty. It's the 10th straight game the Cubs have faced a righty. They are 5-4 so far in this stretch. After Ryan Theriot walked, Derek Lee gets his 10th of the year. It's a 2-run blast, and that quickly, folks, Cubs have the lead. Harang would finish the inning, but he left the game because of lower back spasms after just 1 inning. That's great news for the Cubs because the worst bullpen in the majors comes in, and that is the Reds' 2nd inning. Manager and Chicago native Pete Mackanin brings in left-hander Mike Gosling and, well, Alfonso Soriano. Oh, it's up for deck. A mammoth 3-run shot extends the Cubs' lead to 5. Meanwhile, Sean Marshall on cruise control. Edwin Encarnacion looking. Ryan Friel, he strikes out swinging, ends the 3rd. Marshall 6+, gives up 1 run, 3 strikeouts in the game. 5th inning, Cubs lead 5-1. Marshall leading off, sends it deep to right. Drops in for his first hit of the year, his first career double. The next batter, Alfonso Soriano, wants to see him come in and score. So he hits one off the wall and right. Soriano locked in. Third base coach Mike Quaddy sends Marshall home, but he's not really going hard. And Brandon Phillips, good relay. Dead at the plate. Soriano goes to second on the throw. Take another look at Marshall. Just kind of jogging around, taking in the sights at Great American Ballpark. Man, get on the horse and run.
Jeez.
Come on.
Bit You could have run faster than that.
Well, I'm not so sure about that, but maybe. Later in the inning, 2 on, 2 out. Cliff Floyd sends it to the gap in left center. Soriano coming in easily. Quaddy, though, holding Lee up at third. Cubs take a 6-1 advantage. There, he's being held up right there.
I see.
7th inning, yeah, catching up. Carlos Marmol, 2 runners on. Ken Griffey just watching. Next batter, Ryan Friel. Oh, you're striking out again. 9th inning, Alfonso Soriano providing more insurance.
Oh, another one. Look at that. A 2-run shot this time, 8-1.
Soriano's 18th of the season gives the Cubs 8-1 lead, and they win by that score. For Soriano, it was his 17th career multi-homer game, the second of the season. On June 8th, he hit 3 against Atlanta. Sean Marshall and Carlos Marmol save a bullpen that was overworked on Friday night. Marshall goes into the 7th. Marmol takes it to the 9th. Ryan Dempster gets the 9th inning. After the game, everyone happy. Sean Marshall has not had a lot to work with this season. The Cubs had only scored 8 runs over his last 5 outings. Unfortunately, on the 30th, he also gave up 6 runs, wasting those 4. But tonight, he allows only 1 for the second straight game and gets 8 in return. Now, coming up later in the show, we'll head back to the Great American Ballpark and hear from Lou Piniella and the guys. And after successful appearances in back-to-back games for Peoria, Kerry Wood showed up in Cincinnati before Saturday night's game. The plan is to have the righty throw a side session on Sunday. And if all goes well, get him out to AAA Iowa for at least 1 more outing before a possible comeback with the Cubs. Here's Lou Piniella before the game talking about getting Wood back.
I'm going to talk to our trainer here about Kerry. You know, earlier in the year, or even earlier, just we were able to get some nice work out of our younger pitchers in the bullpen. I'm talking about Petrick and Cherry or whoever was here, and lately that area there is starting to leak a little bit. So it's good to see Kerry throwing the ball well. It really is.
White Sox now. You may not have heard of Danny Richard yet, but he may be the Sox future at second base. With Tadahito Iguchi traded to the Phillies Friday, the 24-year-old was recalled from AAA Charlotte today. The Sox acquired him from the Diamondbacks in mid-June, and he's combined to hit .305 with 25 home runs and 61 RBI this season. And Ozzie is looking forward to getting him in the lineup.
Hopefully these kids can go and get on base and make something happen, make some excitement. You know what I mean? Obviously, we're looking for a guy. I don't think he's still 100 bases, 90 bases in the minor league, but I think with the speed, if we think he can steal more bases what he is right now, we will help him to get to that point. But I just want to let him play to see what he can do, and then we got to step forward and try to help him, but right now we just got to let him play.
The Sox looking to take their second straight from the Blue Jays tonight, and what a debut it was for Richard. Bottom of the second, 2 on for the kid in his first big league at bat, and he sends a grounder up the middle. John McDonald knocks it down and catches Scott Podsednik sleeping at third. He's stuck in a pickle between third and home and gets tagged out. To the top of the 5th. 1 on for Lyle Overbay. Line drive to Juan Uribe at short. He fires to first to double off Aaron Hill. Nice. Top of the 6th now. McDonald at the dish. Sends a little blooper to center. Jerry Owens coming on, but can't make the sliding catch there. Uribe picks it up and throws to Mark Burley, covering second to get McDonald. Take another look at the heads-up play by Burley, covering the empty base at second. Later in the inning, Burley gets Troy Gloss swinging to end the inning. Onto the top of the 7th now, Burley in some trouble. 2 on for Overbay. He tries to check his swing, but gets rung up for the second out of the inning. Next batter, Greg Zahn. Sends a high chopper off the plate. Paul Konerko fields it and flips to Burley, covering first to end the inning there. So out of that chance, bottom half of the inning. Richard up again. Base knock into left. The rookie goes 2 for 3 on the night in his major league debut. And him getting on here was big because the next batter, It's Owens, and he gets around on this one. It's leaving the yard in a hurry. Owens with his first Major League home run, and the Sox take the 2-0 lead. Bottom of the ninth, Bobby Jenks on to close it out and puts the big hurt on Frank Thomas for out number 2. Next batter, Hill. Sends a slow roller to third. Josh Fields barehands it and nails Hill at first. And the Sox hold on to win this one 2-0. Southsiders get their 5th win in their last 6 games and are assured of getting their 2nd straight series victory, too. It was Burley's 2nd shutout of the year and the 1st since his no-hitter on April 18th. Halliday, meanwhile, lasted 8 innings, allowing 10 hits and striking out 7. Owens' home run ended a streak of 22 1/3 scoreless innings by Halliday, and he was happy to help lead the Sox to victory.
To do it in that situation and to win the ball game, that's what's most important to me. You know, to be honest with you, I tried to hit a hard ground ball through the 3-4 hole and, you know, happened to get under it. And all of the home runs I've ever hit in my life have been on accident. And this one was on accident, too. So, you know, thankfully, and we got the win tonight.
I see Owens, he balls like that back in winter ball. That's what we want to see. I want to see him to be aggressive at the plate, use all the part of the field. And being convert, you got to make him better when he pulled the ball that way because he got to open up a lot of holes. And the way he run, I think he got to have more success. He used every part of the field.
It's a big day for him. I mean, obviously, Joe, first career home run. Never going to forget that one, especially off a guy like Halliday and Danny coming up here first game and getting 2 hits off a guy like that. So, you know, hopefully they can continue it. And, you know, I think they're both getting playing time. So that they're going to be out there no matter what situation, no matter what they do. They're going to be out there trying, I guess, kind of a tryout for next year. So but hats off to those guys today.
Game after game, Bonds fans and detractors have been waiting for the other shoe to drop. After hitting his 754th career homer Friday, Bonds squared off against Florida ace Dontrelle Willis. Though he'd never given up a homer to Barry, he was mired in a career-worst 7-game losing streak. And there's always a first time for everything. Just ask 444 other pitchers who Barry's homered against. And out by the Bay, Marlins, Bonds looking for number 755. First inning, Dontrelle gets him with first base open, pitches to him and strikes him out. To the third, one on, and gets him again. Gets him the foul pops just past first. So in his first 2 at-bats, no homers.
It'll happen someday, and someday soon, likely. It was just 3 weeks ago that Miami Heat star and Chicago native Antoine Walker was robbed at gunpoint in his River North home. Today, Eddie Curry and his family received a similar scare at their home in southwest suburban Burr Ridge. The former Bull, some family members, and one of his employees were restrained with duct tape and held at gunpoint by 3 masked robbers early this morning. Now, fortunately, no one was hurt in the incident, but the robbers fled the scene with cash and jewelry. The Burr Ridge police say at this point they do not believe this was a random act.
I don't believe it's random at this point with the information that we have, but once again, it's very preliminary investigation. I am aware of the incident that happened in Chicago, but we haven't had that problem here in Burr Ridge up until now.
The New York Knicks released a statement today saying, quote, "We are aware of this situation and are very thankful that Eddie Curry and his family are safe. He told us it was a traumatic experience. At this time, we are aware that the local authorities are handling the situation," end quote. We've got much more to come on Sports Night. We'll head back to the Diamond and check in on the Brewers and Cardinals, who had quite an exciting finish to Game 1 of their double dip. And he's in the same position, but with a different team and in a different league. Highlights from Tadahito Iguchi's debut with the Phillies when we come back.
Land Rover Sports Night is brought to you by your local Land Rover dealers. The adventure begins at your Illinois Land Rover retailer today.
The Range Rover for 2007, designed for the extraordinary. Visit your local Land Rover Center.
At Dell, we believe the 25 million small businesses in America deserve something more. So we're introducing Dell Vostro, customized systems, services, and expertise designed just for small business. PCs with no trialware, just the software you want. And they can be powered by Intel Core 2 Duo processors to keep you up and running fast. Plus the reassurance of Dell's new 30-day worry-free guarantee. New Dell Vostro, proof that we believe in small business.
Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the third baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets.
Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out.
Peanuts. Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate. Let's go for it.
StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience.
StubHub!
Try Arby's new popcorn chicken shakers, made with 100% natural all-white meat chicken. Add as much or as little buffalo or barbecue sauce as you like, then just shake it up. So good, they'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Looking for the perfect way to stay in touch?
U.S. Cellular can help you keep in touch with your kids even when they're away at school. With national plans that include unlimited call me minutes, 7 p.m. nights and weekends, and free incoming text messages. Plus, get a free Samsung TG with MP3 player and Bluetooth technology when you buy one for just $29.95.
At U.S. Cellular, we'll make sure you get everything you need and nothing you don't. U.S. Cellular is wireless where you matter most.
U.S. Cellular connects with you.
Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by U.S. Cellular. We connect with you.
Tigers at the Angels, top of the sixth, tied at 1. Maglia Ordonez and putting a little something into the fountain in center field. It's a two-run shot to give the Tigers 3-1 advantage. Bottom six, Angels trailing 3-2 now. Jeff Mathis singles to left. Casey Kochman, come on down. And that ties the game at 3 apiece, the throwaway offline. Bottom 8, 2 on for Garrett Anderson. He drives it deep to right, and this one's gone. Or is it? Take another look. If you remember the old Yankees playoff days, this guy doing the Jeffrey Meyer impersonation, reach over, gets the catch. Jim Leland arguing the umpires aren't buying it. The call stands. Home run. Angels have a 6-3 lead later in the inning. Reggie Willits. High chopper off the plate. Placido Polanco doesn't have a play. First fires home. Mathis tries to score. Collision at the plate. Ball comes loose. Angels score 7 in the bottom of the 8th, and they win it 10-3. Carey, take over. I need air.
All right. Meanwhile, in the National League Central, if there's anything that could kill the Brewers' chances of hanging on to first place in the division, it's their road record. They had lost 8 of their last 10 road games and are 21-29 overall away from Miller Park. And a day after pounding out 19 hits in a 12-2 series opening win in St. Louis, the Cards burst their bubble with their biggest comeback win of the season. Yes, game 1 of a day-night doubleheader. Top of the first, no score for Ryan Braun. Deep to left and into the Brewers bullpen. Milwaukee gets on the board first. Top of the second now. Deuce is wild. 2-on-2 out. Braun. Base knock to center. Corey Hart and Craig Counsell score, and the Brewers take a 4-0 lead. Top of the third. 2 on for pitcher Manny Parra, and he helps his own cause. Drives it over the head of Juan Encarnacion and right. It one-hops the wall. 2 more score to make it 6-0. So they're cruising. But in the bottom of the ninth, Cards trailing 6-4. 1 on for Albert Pujols. Base knock right back up the box off closer Francisco Cordero. Chris Duncan scores to make it a 1-run ball game. 2 batters later, here's Scott Rowland. Smokes it into the corner and left. Encarnacion motors around and, yes, ties the game at 6. Goodness, we got a collapse here. Next batter, Ryan Ludwig. Single to left. Scott Rowland coming around. The throw to the plate. Rowland in time. He's safe. Cordero blows his 5th save of the season. All of them have been on the road as the Cards score 3 in the 9th to eke out the 7-6 win. So the Cards pound out 12 hits in the Game 1 victory, and Russ Springer gets his 5th win in relief. Albert Pujols went 2 for 4 in the game with 2 RBI. Now the Cards also took Game 2 5-2. They scored 3 runs in the first. David Eckstein, Pujols, and Roland all had 2 hits apiece. Jim Edmonds had 2 RBI. So here are your up-to-the-minute standings in the NL Central with the Brew Crews 2 losses today. Look at this. The Cubs 1.5 games back. That's the closest they've been to first since early in the season, that is. The Cards are there at 7 back. Pirates obviously have a lot of work to do.
They're not going to do it. In the NL East, the curtain went up on the Tadahito Iguchi National League career. Traded by the Sox Friday, he was in the starting lineup against Pittsburgh Saturday night at Citizens Ballpark. The Gooch has faced the Bucks before as part of interleague play with the Sox, where he hit .348 with an RBI in his career. And, of course, he's starting at second base, batting 7th for the Phillies. Top of the first, that is, gets right to work, charging the grounder off the bat of Freddie Sanchez. Little spin, gets the force at second. The Gooch getting his feet wet. After walking in his first at-bat, in the 4th, rips a single to left. He was stranded on the bases, though, but gets his first hit as a member of the Phillies. Bottom of the 5th, the bases loaded, Gooch again. Flies to shallow center. Ryan Howard can come in to tie the game up at 5 on the tag. So Iguchi gets his first RBI with the Phillies. And that's where those highlights stop, because Chris Coase, drills a 3-run homer into the left field seats. Phillies go up 8-5. They're going to win it 10-5 over the Pirates.
Meanwhile, the Padres have lost 6 of their last 8 visiting the Astros. Greg Maddux searching for career win number 341, bottom of the 1st. Lance Berkman with a single to right off Maddux. Eric Bruntlett scores, and that ties the game at 1. Next batter, Carlos Lee. Oh, goodness. See ya. His 3rd dinger in his last 4 games, 22 homers on the year. It's now 3-1 Houston. Roy Oswalt, well, he was sharp today. Tied a season high with 10 strikeouts, giving up 3 hits and 1 unearned run over 7 strong innings. The Astros win 3-1. They've won 4 of their last 5.
Greg's former team, the Braves, in action against the Diamondbacks. Arizona entered 2 games up in the Cubs in the wild card, and they won 7 straight. Bottom 3rd, 2 outs. Connor Jackson takes John Smoltz out. Matt Diaz can't catch up to it. Orlando Hudson scores easily. And Arizona, well, they get a 3-0 lead. Top 4th, D-backs by 1. Smoltz helps his own cause. Sharp liner up the glove of Mark Reynolds. Can't find the ball. Diaz scores, tying the game at 3. Same score, bottom of the 9th, 2 on, 2 out. Pinch hitter Miguel Montero, chopper up the middle. Yunel Escobar, great play. Gets the out at first, taking the game to extra innings. 10th inning now, 2 on for Connor Jackson. First pitch from Chad Paranto up the middle. Chris Young comes in with a winning run. Arizona, their 2nd straight walk-off extra inning win. 4-3 the final. So we look at the wild card standings. The Cubs 2 games out of the wild card. They are just a half game behind the Padres, while Philly and Atlanta are both hanging in the wings. When we come back on Sports Night, we'll recap our top stories and a live report from Bourbonnais as the Bears wrapped up day 2 of training camp. Plus, the Cubs look to snap a losing streak in Cincinnati, while the White Sox look to continue one on the south side against Big Hurt and the Blue Jays. And later in the show, it's the story of Chicago native Michael Walker as he looks to continue his dominance in the sport of boxing next week right here in his hometown.
But before time now for our Land Rover big question before we take a break here. Tonight's question is, how many teams in NFL history have lost the Super Bowl one year, then come back to win it the following season? We'll have the answer after this timeout.
It's the Chevy Summer Sales Drive, where you'll find the all-new Chevy Silverado 1LT with the best available 4x4 highway fuel economy and the best warranty of any full-size pickup. Better than Ford, better than Toyota. And now we're giving Silverado our best lease yet. Qualified lessees can get a low-mileage lease on this 07 Silverado half-ton for around $259 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. Qualified lessees get this 07 Silverado half-ton for around $259 a month.
Tomorrow, the series wraps up on the south side as Jim Tomei leads the Sox against the Blue Jays at high def. Coverage starts with Felco White Sox pregame live. White Sox Blue Jays tomorrow at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
I'm Ryan Sandberg, asking you to help cheer up kids in hospitals.
When children suffer from serious medical conditions, Rhino Kid Care, supported by Ryan Sandberg and National City, helps them and their families cope. Join the cause.
Dude, are you still downloading just one song?
Don't get me started. This DSL's like the new dial-up.
Yeah, exactly. What you need is high speed from Mediacom. That's what I have. I can download music and videos in seconds. You deserve better, man. Call Mediacom now.
Get rid of that slow internet and make the move to high speed with Mediacom Online and speeds that are up to 5 times faster than DSL. Just $19.95 a month for a whole year. Call 1-800-CABLE-TV today.
It's an all-new season of Quad City Steamwheelers action at the Mark. And now get all the behind-the-scenes, in-depth coverage on Mediacom Connections Channel 22 with Wheelers Rewind. See interviews with the coaches and the players after their hard-fought games every Wednesday at 10:30 p.m. and Thursday at 6:30 p.m. on Mediacom Connections Channel 22. Sponsored by S.J. Smith Company, Miller Beer, Vandergans Law, Genesis Health System, Sylvan Learning, Holiday Inn, Ramada Inn, Orthopedic Specialists, Plaza Physical Therapy, and Mediacom.
Do you want to talk to me?
Then you'd better pay attention.
Because I may be the one you're looking for.
You know, the one who's interested in buying what you have to sell.
And chances are, you'll only find me with cable because more people like me are watching the channels that mean something to them.
They don't find that with broadcast.
And you may not find me with broadcast.
Get it. With cable.
Want better value, precision, and results from your advertising? Call On Media today.
Only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Before the break, we asked the Land Rover big question, which was, how many teams in NFL history have lost the Super Bowl one year, then come back to win it the following season? The answer? Well, 2 teams have accomplished that feat, the 1972 Cowboys and the 1973 Miami Dolphins. We do this every night at 10.
Welcome back to Land Rover Sports Night alongside Kerry Sayers. I'm Mitch Robinson. Don't worry, you haven't arrived too late. We'll take a step back, let you catch up on our top stories.
That's right, and we begin with the Bears, who wrapped up day 2 of training camp with an evening practice that ended just a few hours ago. After 2 non-contact practices, the Bears strapped on the pads for the first time since the Super Bowl when they worked out tonight at Ward Field. For more on that, we join William Jackson live in Bourbonnais. What's happening, William?
Kerry, how you doing? It was a spirited practice tonight. As you said, they put on the pads, and they're making a gradual change into the full uniforms they had on the shoulder pads. Still the shorts, but I tell you what, you could tell when a team goes to the Super Bowl and does extremely well by getting there, not winning it, because the crowd came out in rare form tonight. They were pumped up, they were energetic, and every time Devin Hester touched the ball, the crowd went crazy. Now, we had the story earlier in the show talking about how well he was playing, but in fact, as we take a look at the highlights from earlier tonight, all the guys offensively were playing well. When you talk about Devin Hester, he was making plays, and even when Devin didn't make the play, he was a decoy. Cedric Benson was able to get the ball, do a lot of good stuff. Greg Olsen was able to play well. They just have so many weapons that they even impress the Bears defensive unit, who is arguably the best in the league.
They're explosive. Look at all the weapons we have with, start up front, all of our offensive linemen got coming back. Throw Hess in there. Cedric's going downhill. Moose, Mark, you name a bunch of guys. Greg, Dez, Rashid. You can go on and on about the guys we have, but it's exciting to watch them out there. It's tough to practice. They're going to make us better because we get to practice good offense every day.
They're giving us fits right now. I mean, just by a personnel standpoint, we're just having Greg Olsen out there and Devin Hester. Those guys changed the face of the game, and then it's just making everybody else that much more better. And Cedric Benson's running the ball well. Rex is making great decisions with the ball. And, we're going to be an explosive offense.
I feel just more relaxed with, all the reads and all the different things that I've worked on in the offseason. So, hopefully I've improved, and, hopefully that'll show come September.
Well, I think some of the offensive guys that we've added to the mix, you see Hester on offense. We are faster. You see Greg Olsen. I mean, we are fast at the position. Those guys make it seem, a little bit faster. Like the way Rex is throwing the football. We have a long ways to go, but again, I like where we're at least at this stage.
Yeah, this Bears offensive unit looked good tonight, and they were without one of their weapons, new weapons. In fact, Garrett Wolf had a slight hamstring problem, but they expect for him to be back. They said they just didn't want to put him out there and probably injure it even more. They don't think it's a real problem, and I know he was anxious to get on the field after watching his teammates and what they did. I tell you, if the defense can stay healthy with the addition of Adam Archuleta, you got Tommy Harris back, Lance Briggs back, then it should be a truly, truly exciting year for the Bears, and they want to get back to that Super Bowl. The offense is clicking. The defense, you know they'll be good, so it'll be interesting. Carry it back to you.
William, speaking of Lance Briggs, any word on when he might officially be arriving out there?
I tell you, Carrie, we're looking over our shoulder all day today. One of the players told me after the morning practice that he expected for Lance to be back here sometime this afternoon. So, you know what? The ideal time for Lance to come in here would have been when everybody was on the field. He could have unpacked his car, loaded into the dorm without any confusion, without any fanfare, and been laying back. You know, I figure he'll have to take a physical, get situated, so he could be on the field. If not on the field, at least at practice, and maybe he will be around for a conversation with us sometime tomorrow. So we anticipate Lance will be in here tomorrow. Not for sure, but if I was a betting man, I'd bet a little bit on the fact that he may be here. Back to you.
All right, William, well, I'm sure you'll have it covered when he's there, and I know you're eager to get back to that cozy dorm room of yours, so sleep tight, and we'll check in with you again tomorrow.
All right, Kier, we'll see you a little bit.
All right.
Come on, who are you kidding? With the benefit of watching the Brewers blow game one of a day-night doubleheader against the Cardinals, the Cubs went out in Cincinnati, determined to make up some ground in the standings. The Reds countered with Aaron Harang, who's been unstoppable. Uh-oh, he's been stopped. Ryan Theriot, after a walk, Derek Lee hits one deep into the stands in left center. His 10th of the year gives the Cubs the early 2-0 lead. Harang would finish the inning but left the game because of lower back spasms after just one inning. In the second inning, manager and Chicago native Pete Buchanan brings in left-hander Mike Gosling, and he comes in as relief and provides none. Because 2 on for Alfonso Soriano, and, well, that's gone. No doubt about it. Second deck, a mammoth 3-run shot extends the Cubs' lead to 5. In the 9th, Cubs lead at 6-1. Soriano provides some more insurance. His second homer of the game, 17th multi-homer of his career, his 18th of the season. The Cubs win it 8-1.
I'm pretty pleased about what's going on with my pitching, and you know it's a blast playing for this team right now, and been a blast playing for them the last 2 years, and it's really fun when we're winning and we're doing such a good job, and I just hope that we keep it up and carry it all the way into October.
He's done a nice job. You know, in fact, I remember one of the Milwaukee games wasn't very good, but most of these other games that he's pitched in, we've had a chance to win a baseball game. And I've said that many times. Unless you're a #1 starter, even a good solid #2, your 3, 4, 5s that give you a chance to win. You got to be pleased.
When you're winning, it's fun. You know, topped out with a great bunch of guys. Everyone's getting along well in the clubhouse. You know, winning seems to cure everything. So it's fun right now.
John Marshall did get the win, went 6+ innings. The Cubs make most of their 9 hits, scoring 8 runs. Soriano gets back in the groove, 3 for 5 RBI, the 2 dingers. Jason Kendall has 2 hits, scores a pair. Sean Marshall picks up his first career double. He needs to learn how to run the bases. He was thrown out on a soft jog at home. Now the Cubs turn to Carlos Zambrano, who hopes to become the National League's first 14-game winner. His last time out, he shut the Cards down, allowing only 2 runs in 6 1/3 in his career against the Reds. Big Z, 8-7, an ERA of 3.39 on the year, though. He's 0-1 against them, losing on April 13th.
Well, there's no place like home, and the White Sox agree, at least this week. They won 4 of their last 5 games heading into Game 2 against the Blue Jays tonight, and all by 2 runs or less. And the players say they have an extra pep in their step these days. Mark Burley certainly did tonight, just 2 days after his wife gave birth to their first child, a son named Braden. Burley threw yet another gem this season. Bottom of the 2nd, Danny Richard called from AAA Charlotte today to take over at second. 2 on for the kid, and in his first big league at bat, he sends a base knock up the middle. John McDonald knocks it down, and catches Scott Podsednik sleeping at third. He's stuck in a pickle between third and home, and he gets tagged out. Top of the 6th. McDonald at the plate now. Sends a little blooper to center. Jerry Owens coming on, but can't make the sliding catch. Uribe picks it up, throws to Mark Burley, covering second to gun down McDonald. Very nice. Take another look at the heads-up play by Burley, covering the empty base at second. Bottom of the 7th inning now. Rashard up again. This time singles to left. 2 for 3 on the night for the rookie in his major league debut. Next batter, it's Owens. And how about this? Lines one into the seats, his first major league home run, and that's all the offense they'd need. The Sox win 2-0. A short day at the office for Mark Burley, who needs just 2 hours and 7 minutes to get his 8th win of the season.
My theory in a game is win quick, lose quick. Whatever you do, get the ball, throw it. There's no reason to take your time out there. And obviously, he's a ground ball pitcher. Got a lot of double plays on both sides. And the game's always going to move quick when that's happening. Both guys throwing strikes. Guys are trying to put the ball in play early. So, I mean, anytime you're going up against a guy like that, you know you got to go out there and try to be dominant to give your team a chance.
The soon the game's over, I'm walking upstairs to the clubhouse, and I said, that's a baseball game. It's fun to see a baseball game like that once in a while. You know, no mistakes, great pitching, clutch hitting, great defense, both sides. And I think it's whoever